Okay. Good morning, everyone. Running a little bit behind schedule this morning, so we'll possibly do some changing in our agenda. So first is to approve the agenda.
I will move.
Paul
Second?
and Gary. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Oh, I forgot. Mark, are you online?
He's not.
He's
No,
not?
he
Okay.
won't be on until 10:30.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then on to the consent items.
I will approve those four as listed.
Okay, Gary
As well.
and Paul. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Okay, well, let's start with the forum and see how far we get.
Go ahead.
Okay, Paul?
Yeah. Just Tri-Valley, and I'm sure Gary will speak on that as well. Just the CEO search is still ongoing. The Zoom interviews are going to be taking place. What did they? I think they said they had 4 or 5
Four.
Four?
Well, we're looking at four interviewing candidates on Friday.
Yep, that's right.
Zoom. We'll decide what we're going to bring in.
Sure.
Hmm.
It was interesting, all their grants and everything that were approved. That was very interesting. I'm starting to get a better grasp on how much they take in, but it was 750,000 this time, and then there was a with a partial match. But otherwise, that was a good meeting. Then I had solid waste. As usual, that was a great meeting. I always love sitting there because he's got his stuff together. So, but nothing, nothing earth shattering. We still don't have a permit for, but we're going to start for a new one now for the next 10 years. That's awesome. Them were the two I was at. That's all I got.
Okay. Gary, do you want to follow up on any Tri-Valley or?
Well, that's the main thing is trying to fill Jason's position there as CEO. And I would hope that we would have it narrowed down to how many individuals we want to bring in by the end of this week.
Yeah.
And we'll take it there. But otherwise, very good qualified individuals, and
Yeah, they were very excited.
happy about that. I'm not sure if you got a chance to see the resumes, but yeah, they're very, very experienced. So that's good. Three things that I was going to mention regarding the AMC meeting. One of the big issues, and I wasn't sure where that was going, but I guess we got an update on that on the pension, and that is for. And I think they've had this request for a couple of years,
Yeah, it's been a
but
while.
I think the board's going to have to make a decision. And it's putting, as you know, the police, sheriff, law enforcement people are in a different para, and the 911 and the probation officers would like to be a part of that, be able to retire at 60 and that. Obviously, there's some significant costs with that, and that was presented. So it's just a matter of how you're going to solve that if you want to. That change is going to happen. The board has been struggling with that.
That's a legislative.
Yeah, so it'll be just what, yeah. And then I'm always interested by the marijuana group on, and they've simplified. Got a copy of this, their schedule, how to get your license, and just they shared the numbers. They've had 3,538 applicants. Okay. They have preliminary approved 1,360, and guess how many have been issued? 31. So it's a slow process.
I'm surprised
And
it's so many.
That's 2 years in the making.
yes, it is. But there've been changes, legislator changes that every month.
Well, just the department head. I mean,
Strange thing in East Grand Forks, they're supposed to have two spots there, one downtown and one out in the area. And they awarded him one to a company in Portland, Oregon, and the other one in Arizona. I mean,
Well,
and there were local applicants,
Yeah, but
including,
it's all a lottery.
it's goofy as heck. You can't imagine, I don't have any trust in those outside companies coming in. I think I know, no trust.
There's still a lot of unknowns, I think, when it comes to that, so.
there are East Grand Forks and Crookston, of course, doing their own,
Mhm.
but we'll see. And then we always have a report from the assessors department.
Mhm.
And the thing that they are most frustrated by, and again, it's complication of Minnesota legislature, some states have 3 to 5 different categories, and they struggle with 64 in the state of Minnesota. So making categories,
Mhm.
yes, if you're agriculture, if you're it's on and on, and so the frustration there. But they continue to struggle with that and get that going. That's all I have.
Warren?
Well, I think Andy's gonna come in later.
Okay,
I
well,
won't talk about that, but they've got quite
mhm.
an issue with the funding there. Then go to Regional Corrections Board, we had 134. In the month, the average is 141. 58 of those are from Polk County, 9 from Norman, 3 from Red Lake, 15 from Monoman. Per diem income for the month was $179,890. That's for the jail per diems. The juvenile income was $81,000. So you've got $260,000 of income there. In the juvenile center, there were 3 in the secure section and 4. This is a month average. 4.85 in the non-secure. Ramsey County had 40 days of clients in there, so you're getting them from all over. I know one in the past came from Mower County, that's Austin on the Iowa line.
Mhm, mhm.
So they're coming from all over, and I don't know exactly what kind of restrictions or qualifications, whatever they use to accept these kids, but they don't take everybody, I know that. Probation, there were 6 new cases, 86 closed. Staff overall, there were 4 new corrections officers and 3 resignations and then 1 termination, so it was a wash there. Transition program had 45,000 in there in income, so basically between the 3 areas, $300,000 in income, so
Mhm.
pretty dang good months. And as far as the budget goes, there was a 37% increase in medical insurance. So we'll have to see. They're going to try to work with the local Northwest group and see if they have come up with anything better. But it's not a good sign there. Gordon Dale, who's been doing their audits for years, is retiring, so he gave his final report there. Everything was just fine. They have a new firm, Hoffman, Phillip, and Martell. That's the same group that does our Polk County one.
Mhm.
They'll be taking over a 3-year contract there, 14,500 per year, and the December meeting was just scheduled to avoid the conflict with AMC, so that'll be on December 15th rather. Then we'll talk about the money issue yet today. I'll see if Andy's coming in. If not, he will be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
all kinds of paper here, nothing worth talking about. Oh, where's what they, what the increase in cost for corrections would do to our budget would, I'll find the right page here, it would bump the corrections request up by 9%, so it's significant there. And then we had the highway meeting yesterday, and they had gave the maps and then also the projections for the plan for next year includes very little in Polk County. There's some, well, Highway 75 going south of Crookston, there's some work to be done there. And but that's not, no, that's not this year, that's next year.
Warren,
What?
what group was that?
Which what?
What group are you talking about there with the highway?
State of Minnesota.
It was like NPR, the regional transportation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's really not much at all in Polk County. Well, some work on a bridge in East Grand Forks, and also something in, oh, that's all, that's not even next year, that's down the road. Okay, that's enough out of me.
Okay, I'll just run through mine real quick. I was down in Alexandria at the policy conference. We had our AMC Board of Directors meeting. Most of that time was spent, we had presentations by a lot of our business partners. And, it's interesting of what some of the services that these businesses do provide to us. And it's always, a nice refresher course. And then I went to MRC, and they're like, we kind of did a round robin at the end and kind of, asking things that are going on in your counties, and then also kind of like what your, possible levies are looking like. And there are a lot of counties that are looking at double-digit levies, and some of them they're fairly high. I mean, it's not just like 10 or 11%. I mean, it's higher. So there's just a lot of unknowns. And I had mentioned about us redetermining our ditches, and I actually had some commissioners come up and talk to me, asking me how we were going through that process. And then I was on a panel in regards to solid waste. And I mean, it was interesting that the four of us, we had a lot of similarities, and but still that we can kind of learn from each other of what's the best way to handle solid waste and to keep it out of our landfills. And then we also had a presentation on the IT programs for social services, and had a demonstration as far as how long it actually takes to like get into a program, and and then just like even just a simple address change of how many different pages you have to go to, and it is very cumbersome. And then so I'm vice chair for the Public Health and Human Services, and our 5 priorities that we came out with were SNAP and Medicaid, technology modernization, the MAFA, CWDA, mental health, and LTSS, which are, kind of similar items that we've had previously. And then after the conference was done, I had AMC Finance Committee, and we went over our proposed 26 budget, and kind of we came up with one that we will present to the full AMC board next month. And like with the due increase that was approved by the board earlier, most of that is going to go towards the salaries, because that's our goal, is to be able to keep the people we have working there now. because we have a lot of history and a lot of connections, and we just, don't want to lose that. And then yesterday I had another MAFA CWDA meeting, talked a lot about, because part of this act is with safety planning, and it has to be more detailed than what it currently is, and just um, figuring out the path of how to provide the safety for the children that we work with. And then last night I went to the Union Lake Sarah board meeting. They had filled a new position on the board. And one of the things they talked about, Lake Sarah, of like where they've got the Chinese mystery snails, and they also have algae. And because the association received a grant from the DNR, and it's kind of to help with water quality and that type of thing. So looking at providing like mini grants to homeowners on Lake Sarah that come up with an idea of, they want to try to figure out how to alleviate the algae, or, treatment of how do we, cut down or get rid of the Chinese mystery snails. So they're going to try that next year and see if they come up with, any ideas that, then can work over the full lake. So, okay, that's enough for me. Okay, next, Stacy.
Hello.
Hello.
Just a, just a simple one. We need to, oh yeah, okay. Mm,
The agreement with the bank, right?
yeah, so what I'm bringing to you is basically with the Bremer being purchased by Old National, we need to basically update, we're just updating agreements with to the new bank name. And Bremer, we met with Heather Ellis, and I met with 3 of the representatives from Bremer and went through the change in their systems and all the upcoming changes that we're going to have with them as well this last week. But in order to kind of keep moving and get into the new system, we need to have the agreement re-signed from the board, and then we can start getting set up for training and get access to the ONB systems. And the transition, keep the transition rolling is kind of what we're trying to do on their timeline, which will be October.
Okay.
So pretty simple, nothing
That the
to
entire Bremer Bank organization, everything?
everything. Yes,
Oh.
across, yes, all of it. So we will be changing over to ONB systems. They are changing over their names, everything. Yeah. So, which their bank, just different name.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be fine. Our representatives here will be the same, so it'll be good.
Okay. Okay,
And I
so we
just
need a
need
motion to approve
Choose
this.
to approve it. Yep.
Yes, so moved.
Second.
Paul and Gary, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, next is Liz.
Good morning.
Morning.
I said I wasn't going to bring any handouts, but I'm a librarian. I can't help myself.
Scroll down.
Okay. All right. Good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. It's been a little while since I've seen all of you. I always welcome an opportunity to talk a little bit about Lake Agassiz Regional Library. And of course, to answer any questions you might have about services, operations, and of course, the budget for 2026. Since it has been a little while since I've been here, I just want to remind you that Lake Agassiz Regional Library provides public library service in 7 counties. Within the 7 counties, we do have 13 branch libraries or public libraries, and we also have something called link sites. We have 9 link sites, and they are just very small collections of materials and community centers around the region. We do not have any link sites in Polk County right now, though. I will just start by mentioning that in all of our 22 locations, we are busier than ever. People continue to check out print materials, books, download ebooks, check out Wi-Fi hotspots for various use. They're coming in to use our computers, our Wi-Fi, our internet access, printers, copiers, you name it. We always see that when the price of groceries go up, people tend to lean on their public libraries a little bit more. And so people are coming into the library quite frequently these days. We're currently going through a strategic planning phase in our process in Lake Agassiz Regional Library. The first phase of that strategic planning process was I traveled around the region and I talked to community members and asked, what do you like about our public library system? How can we improve our public library system? The second phase, we provided online and print surveys in all 22 locations and received a great response with those surveys. And from looking at those survey responses, 3 things are very clear. Number 1 is that people love their local library. Number 2, the residents of Lake Agassiz Regional Library say that public libraries are a vital resource in their community. And third, they have a deep appreciation for the librarians and the people who work in those locations. Across the region, the first 6 months of the year, we checked out over 250,000 items to library users. In Polk County alone, we checked out over 100,000 items to the over 6,000 cardholders in the region. And we're on track to check out over 45,000 ebooks in Polk County alone this year. The Polk County libraries, of course, include Climax, McIntosh, Fertile, and Foston. I'm also going to talk about Crookston just a little bit, just because, Crookston is its own
Separate
signatory.
funding.
Yeah. Of course, people who reside outside of the city of Crookston are still using the Crookston Public Library. And so I would be remiss if I didn't talk a little bit about the partnership between the Family Resource Center and the Crookston Public Library. The Family Resource Center is located in the Crookston Public Library right now, and this is proving to be a very successful partnership. Public libraries are a place that people feel comfortable visiting. We are a reputable resource. We are open to everyone, and so it's such a nice fit to have these 2 organizations working together. At Lake Agassiz Regional Library, our mission is to enrich lives and strengthen communities. And by bringing this partnership together, we're just bringing this to the next level. We're thrilled with the success of this program. People are coming into libraries all the time for information and resources. And now to partner with the Family Resource Center and to have somebody who can really find that expert information from social services, public health, career force, the school district, and so many more entities, it's really benefiting the community members. And the reason why I'm bringing it up is because I have heard that this same partnership will be duplicated in Boston at the Boston Public Library and at the Fertile Public Library. So the more we can all work together, the more of an impact we're going to have on our communities. Regarding the Lake Agassiz Regional Library budget for 2026, it was included in your packet. And over the past several years, the Lake Agassiz Regional Library Board has really tried hard to keep signatory increases and requests reasonable over the past few years. Unfortunately, that's really resulted in an environment where frontline staff have not been paid a living wage, and it's been very difficult to retain and fill positions. So the Lake Agassiz Regional Library Board, aware that that pay should be increased. We did have union negotiations in 2024. During these union negotiations in 2024, the Laurel Board did decide to proceed with a significant increase to frontline staff, and that would be for the years of 25, 26, and 27. In 2025 had the most significant increase in pay for the frontline staff, and the Laurel Board decided that for 2025, with that large increase, we would continue with a very reasonable request from Lake Agassiz Regional Library in 2025, and instead we used our reserves to cover that large increase for 2025. Now here we are looking at 2026. Using the Laurel reserves for pay increases is just simply not sustainable. I am confident already in 2025 that the increases will significantly help with attracting and retaining frontline staff and will improve library services across the region. We are requesting an additional $28,000 in 2026, as you can see from the budget in your packet. And just as a reminder, we do have the Laurel Joint Powers Agreement, and according to that Laurel Joint Powers Agreement, any amount less from a signatory would result in the closing, or not closing, but the lowering of hours in any of the locations in Polk County. I would like to, next year is Lake Agassiz Regional Library's 65th anniversary. We've been around for almost 65 years, and so I'd sincerely like to thank Polk County for your long-term investment in the regional library system. What questions can I answer regarding Lake Agassiz Regional Library or about the budget request?
I think just one thing that you may want to add is obviously you're going to be moving into a new facility,
Mhm.
and that's going to increase some of our costs too.
Sure, yep.
Just explain a little bit about
Mm-hmm.
that.
So that we will be moving into the headquarters, will be moving into a new facility. However, this increase that we're asking for in this particular budget year is based on increases in wages, it is not about the moving into a new facility. However, following years, that will be included. Mhm.
They're closing the Moorhead Library.
Mhm.
I
Yep.
think you're all
We will be
aware that
moving
they're
into
building
a new
one.
facility.
We're moving into that.
Mm-hmm.
Did you own the Moorhead building?
Nope. Almost all public libraries in Minnesota are owned by cities.
Okay,
Mm-hmm. So the city of Moorhead owned the building, and so all public cities provide space for all public libraries. They maintain the facilities. Inside and out. They're responsible for the facilities. The only thing is our headquarters, which is where I work. It's currently in the lower level of the Moorhead Public Library. We do pay rent
Hmm.
for our office space for approximately 14 employees.
Do you know offhand what the amount that we pay is above what was actually required of us?
Yeah, the maintenance of effort is that.
Mhm.
Yep. So maintenance of effort is 90% of what was paid in 2011. And so every year you receive this maintenance of effort level from the Department of Education indicating that this is the amount that you are required to pay for library services. We do have the joint powers agreement for Lake Agassiz Regional Library, which trumps the MOE amount. If public libraries only receive that maintenance of effort amount, we would not exist.
Do you know offhand what that amount is, the difference for us?
I believe the maintenance of effort was like 180,000. I might have that here somewhere. 181,000.
So almost double.
And if that 90% of 2011 change had never occurred, it would be interesting to see what the amount would be today. But it was frozen.
Any other questions?
No, thanks for coming up.
All right.
Thank
If you ever have any questions, of course, Gary knows how to get a hold of me. And I just also wanted to mention I handed out this brochure right here. Public libraries are the recipients of arts and cultural heritage funds through the Legacy Amendment. And so we provide a variety of programs across the region free of charge for the public to attend. In our smallest communities, we have the largest attendance. And these are great quality events. And so I hope you stop by and attend one of these legacy events. And if you don't have a library card already, I encourage you to sign up for one. And please visit the Fertile, Boston, Climax, and McIntosh libraries. They're great libraries with great employees. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, John.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, I'll jump right to it. Or do we need to?
No, we just,
Okay, we have a request in from R.J. Savril and Sons to close out the Phase 15 landfill cell project from last year. Just a quick refresher, we broke that project into 2 contracts, one for materials, one for installation. Save us some tax money being paid on that to the state. We made an adjustment late last year for the actual volumes used over or under the engineer's estimates in the bid. The project was pretty much reached final conclusion. In October 2024, we withheld, as we usually do, retainage to make sure that the landscaping and seeding emerges in the spring and doesn't have to be redone. So that's what we were waiting for. They were supposed to come back in the spring or some point in the summer and ask for that. And just like everyone else, I'm sure they got busy and it's just kind of sat until now. But they are asking for the release of the retainage on that. The amount would be $13,207 in favor of R.J. Savril and Sons, East Grand Forks. And I would recommend that that be approved and we close that up.
okay, so I need a motion.
So
Second, what did you say that amount was?
$13,207.
It's in the packet, yeah.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of releasing the retainage, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
All right, next item up, the Polk screen. That's for we received 2 MPCA grants in 2024. One for what we call the Enhanced Recycling and Glass Project, a recycle grant. One for the co-collected source separate organic material, compost, and integrated stack pile system. We just called the organics grant for obvious reasons, much shorter. as far as the recycle grant, it had two major pieces of equipment we were buying direct from the vendor. One was a bag opener that's coming from Germany. That's been delayed. The truck failed to pick it up at the plant in Germany and get on the boat. So that's floating around the Atlantic somewhere as we speak, and delaying our project. The other piece for that recycle grant was for a dual deck fine screen. That's what this piece of equipment is. It was approved on the 18th in the amount of $128,680, and then there would be transportation and then tariffs, which were never really considered at the time we did all of this. So that'll get passed on to us. We made a couple progress payments based on the that dollar amount. The machine was delivered about 2 weeks ago Saturday, if I recall correctly. So that's the piece of equipment that's sitting in our yard right now. The adjustments for the hauling and the tariffs bring the total dollar figure to, Ashley caught it. I made a mistake here when I submitted. Ashley corrected it the other day for me. Is $141,872.21. And so that would bring, that would be the total project or total equipment cost with those other fees factored in. And we adjust that because we made progress payments based on the amount of the previous approval.
There's about 12,000 or so in tariff money.
Correct. We have another one that's subject to tariffs. It's right now we're having trouble getting into the country. That's for the organics grant. That's those robots. And until they get to the border and it clears, we don't know what the dollar figure is going to be. So Titus will front that money through the vendor and then bill it back to us. So we'll end up doing an adjustment with Titus to pick that up. And I assume that will be higher because I believe the tariffs of Canada are higher than they are in Europe.
Okay, so I need a motion to approve the fine screens, or fines screen.
So moved.
Second.
Gary and Paul. So do you, like, have you paid like the 128,000 already, or?
Part of it's been withheld
Mhm.
because you're holding retained,
Right.
but then when you got to that, so it's, everything's been based on the other number, which is why I want to increase the total dollar value, and then we can just release it.
Okay, okay. Any other discussions? All those in favor say aye.
Right.
Opposed? Carried.
All right, scroll down. Last item on the agenda is our annual market price resolution. We're required by the state to certify for them. So how this works is usually facilities that are more expensive than landfills, you're paying the tax on. Every generator of garbage, whether it's residential or commercial, pays tax on the collection, hauling, and disposal of their garbage. It's kind of a hidden tax. Most people don't realize they're being taxed to dispose of the things they paid tax on when they bought it. The rates are set and have been set since 1998. 9.75% on residential and 17% on a self-haul garbage or non-residential garbage. Realizing that, you know, your percentages on a more expensive and more encouraged waste disposal method was kind of punitive. They allowed for this market price because lots of the communities were subsidizing the cost. So the hauler would normally remit that in their bill. If you're subsidizing it, the hauler's not remitting, in their opinion, enough tax. So all of the counties that go to our waste energy facility are subsidizing the tip fee. So when a hauler comes into the transfer station in Crookston, the incinerator in Foston, they're licensed hauler, they don't get charged the tip fee at all. That tip fee is paid by Polk County and the tax is remitted by Polk County. So then we're allowed to use what they call market price, which is this aggregate of a lowest disposal in the area and then a theoretical hauling based on actual hauling contracts that you could use to get at that number of miles out there. And so those aren't really options available. It's just the way the formula works. And so we do that every year. And we've been using our own prices, so we have an internal rate for garbage at our landfill. For the counties, we use as our disposal, and then we use our actual hauling contract through Beltrami County, the one we share with Hubbard, Beltrami, and Polk, which is about half to 60% of what anyone else would get, because we have paid back hauls all around. So we get a very low, relatively very low market price that we then base our 17 and 9.75% tax on. So that's what this is. So our market price is $29.06 a ton, which is the same as last year, even though the hauler got a slight increase, going from 24 to 25. When you do it, put in the formula, it came out to less than 1/2 of a penny. So it stayed about the same. So that's what asking to certify the 26 market price rate, which would be the same as 2025. And so then all the counties have been doing that, either have done it or in the process of doing it by the end of the month. So I did provide a draft resolution. It just states that for you, similar to what we did in previous years.
Okay, so I need a motion to set the market price for 2026.
So moved.
Gary?
Sure. Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
I
Opposed? Carried.
I didn't think it would be a hard decision, being that it's 1/3 of what the tip fee is roughly. I didn't think you want to pay 3 times as much in tax to the state of Minnesota. So that one's usually kind of a simple one.
As much as people don't like meetings, I hate meetings.
Yep.
But I do enjoy your thing. It's so
My overlong meetings.
Yes. They are very informative, and I do enjoy them, even though I don't like meetings.
Well, that's nice to hear.
I just wanted to
That last one actually went long, and it really I didn't think was on me so much, as we had a couple updates from some others went very long. But
Yep.
you know, there were some unique things going on, and while the
Mhm.
windstorm in
It's-
Beltrami County was informative, I think, for everyone to hear. So
Yeah.
I just learn a lot when I go there.
okay,
So
glad to
thank
hear
you
it.
for that.
And
It's
my
just not me
presentation-
talking until people are semi-comatose.
My presentation went well. Got a lot of questions afterward about some of the things we're doing, and then a lot of ribbing about how, you know, we haven't had permit to to
Or
do
landfill,
cells and, you know, that type of stuff.
which we still don't have the final.
Mm-hmm.
So our notice closed beginning of August, public notice. And Polk, I believe, when I look online, Polk was the only one that commented on our own permit. And it wasn't anything negative. It was just issues, usually with the testing tables,
Mm-hmm.
frequencies of what we're testing, or names of wells were have been changed over time. So it was nothing critical, just technical in nature to get cleaned up. But yeah, it's we're now almost 6 weeks
Yeah, and
past when it closed. I'm not sure exactly when we can expect our permit to be done, but there's nothing more for us to do other than if we want to start making calls.
yeah, and I said that, MPCA, they know what we're doing, because we let them know, but that's,
Yeah, it's nothing's been normal in that process. We will have to amend our grant agreements on the organics anyway with the state, in part because I can't do the work at the compost site until they assign a new engineer, which I was told many months ago who that would be, but they haven't made it official yet. There was going to be time, my understanding, with the issuance of the permit. So I've let the grant people know that repeatedly. I think they've inquired. I think they're just as puzzled as we are why this isn't happening.
yeah, I said I never thought that I could talk about solid waste for a whole day.
It's strange, but that's been hard to do.
Yeah, I know it. That's, yeah. So,
All right. Thank you.
yep, thanks.
Yeah.
I'm actually next on the agenda. You'll probably be spending more time with me than you care to here between the rest of the day and tomorrow. But we're going to go through all the budgets. You went through social services here this morning. Is that Mark or Annette that just came on? Mark, is that you? Okay, well, somebody joined. I have to admit people. Let's see. Hello, Annette. Tim, where am I here? Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm just trying to make sure Mark is going to be coming back as well. But generally speaking, where we're at in the budget, you got a little taste of it this morning. We're still doing a lot of the conversion in Questica, which is actually going pretty well. But the budgets you're going to see are supposed to be without the levy request. I know that generated a little conversation with social services this morning. But we haven't quite got to where that summary is yet. I think by the end of the day tomorrow, we'll go through kind of what it looks like. But I generally don't ask the departments to give their levy request. It's very simple in all honesty. It's just the difference between any revenues they generate and their expenses. The part that we do collectively here, myself and now with Stacy as the finance director, is either we make changes or we exclude some things from levy by utilizing fund balance or pushing back on schedule, meaning put the request into a second year or sometime down the road. By the end of the day tomorrow, what I'm hoping that the board will be thinking about is what the preliminary levy might be. We did have one wild card happen here within the last few days. Warren mentioned it. Some of the changes that are taking place over in Tri-County. I know you guys I didn't make the meeting yesterday. I apologize for that. You can discuss how the conversation went when Andy comes in, but long story short, their levy request is going to be much higher than it was just last week. And we need to go through that a bit. I don't know how much the county can actually do about that, but it's fairly straightforward. The reality is it's just going to be a push on the levy. My initial thought in the little draft preliminary levy I gave you was that I think we can still work within what I will recommend, which is the 5% levy increase. I will certainly not push back on you if it has to be more than that, but the real effort will be getting the final levy down to that 3%. Because I think what we're going to be seeing with Tri-County is that additional expense that they have is going to be ongoing. It's going to be ongoing, and that falls on the levy. So we'll let Andy go through that when he comes in and explain it to you. Say it warranted a special meeting. Yesterday, I spent time talking a little bit with AMC staff last week and catching up with them yesterday about the results of the meeting, because I think this is an issue that goes beyond our regional 3-county group. So that it wasn't on the radar at the policy conference last week is probably more of a factor of timing. And I'm not sure that the staff, as I talked to them, were really in a position to respond much to it.
No, yeah, and I talked to Julie about it after our finance meeting, and she said, possibly that'd be a good topic for our district meetings.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we may even want to bring Andy to that one.
Mm-hmm.
That's in a few weeks, I think.
Yeah, it's October 30th. It's in Pennington County, so.
Okay. That one's gonna be hard to get around. It's just that one you don't like to see coming. But so anyway, as you look at things, we'll go through mostly the Questica approach. There are still many things in there that I intend to change before we get. I'll point out a few of them to you. One is I've got it in your budget specifically, but otherwise, I'm not seeing a whole lot of changes. There's a couple things that I'll bring up as we go through, get to the appropriate department that I want to raise just as something we keep in mind or we try to do something with in 2026. So that was my intention, was to have initial comments on the budget. We're waiting for Rich, and we're a little ahead of schedule. Any initial thoughts or comments at this point?
How long will yours take?
My budget?
Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't take too long. By 4 o'clock, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
I just have to call it up and bring finance director up here. You ready to do this?
Yeah.
You want to go in as me?
No, I'll go as me.
Okay. I did make a change here because I realized I had left something out.
This is just your. Your budget, county.
Actually, the county board is the very first budget. Okay.
High level.
High level.
I can go more detail if you want more detail.
What if I use the mouse a little bit?
Yep.
Just because I know.
And then just click the arrows if you want to go
Yeah.
into the.
Just going into the county board wages and benefits. The tradition has been to apply the cost of living increase that are in line with our employees and apply that to your annual wage. That usually comes up at the end of the year in the resolution form. That has to be done by resolution prior to the end of the year, which makes sense to be in the budget. So that's a 4.25% increase over 2025. You also have your various health insurance contributions if you're on the county employee plan, which one of you is. If you are on Social Security, which 4 of you are, then that's two-thirds of the county cost of the employee plan. So that's all factored in there. That's been done by the same resolution as the annual wages. Professional services, We do have some membership dues in here, and now
Yep.
this looks just a little different than what I'm used to.
That's okay. You're good.
Um,
You can bring it up.
am I getting that right here?
Yep. Professional services. Just,
Um,
and then you can open up the membership, the arrow next to membership.
okay, so this is where you have your AMC dues. There's been a little bit of an increase there. We've got pretty good commissioner attendance at the AMC conferences. We do cover the Council of Collaboratives under the board, even though I don't know that, I'm trying to remember if any of you sit on the Council of Collaboratives. I know Jerry used to, but that's the group, mostly social services, partakes in that. But we've had commissioners on that. I think Dietrich and Jacobson were the last two that I recall. Two of you should be on there, but I'm not quite sure I remember who or when they have their meetings. But that's kind of a local. It's with the school superintendents, mental health, Aluma,
okay.
that, yeah, so it's a good group. The one here that I am going to want to know your take on is to my awareness, this is the first time we've been asked to contribute to the MPO. Warren is on that, $15,000. Not seen that come to Polk County in the past.
Right. Yeah, I haven't seen it.
To me, just giving you a heads up, this one, unless you so tell me, is likely going to disappear as we go on.
No, I don't think it certainly does anything for Crookston.
No.
No, yeah, it doesn't.
Hasn't
I don't know about Crookston, but I mean, it's Polk County. I mean,
Well,
we
Polk,
So,
yeah,
no, I mean, I think, it's things like that we just can't do this, because we just got too many other hits coming to the levy.
I don't know that there was never any discussion at MPO about this. It
Well-
just came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I think the executive director, the outgoing one, probably, she was asked to make this levy request.
Okay.
I don't think it was her initiation, but
If as your meetings go on, I'm gonna be interested in knowing whether the cities, Grand Forks, and Grand Forks County are contributing anything to this, but
Yeah.
I have not heard any discussion about it. We had the director in here. Even that didn't really give a lot. I think she had her second in command come in. But it would seem to me to be the kind of thing you're gonna have to make it more cogent.
yeah, I think so. And I don't know what requests there were made of the cities, East Grand Forks and Grand Forks.
Right.
Again, about 90% of their business deals with Grand Forks.
Mhm.
So the East Grand Forks and Polk County should have a minor share.
I'm kind of looking to you, but at this point,
Yeah,
this might be the last time you see it as I work through this.
I agree.
So,
I was supposed to have a meeting tomorrow at noon, but
well,
the meeting that I had planned or thought I had tomorrow with the water district, that's gone.
you're supposed to be here. Good.
I
Well,
will be here at 8 o'clock tomorrow,
super.
but I might want to disappear for that noon meeting.
Okay.
And come back after lunch. I'll do it that way.
Okay. MRC is in there. That group has kind of perked up. I generally don't make the in-person meetings, but I've sat in on a couple of the online meetings. I
Yeah.
see your faces on the screen. And NACO. NACO sometimes can be something that people question. It's not a lot of money, but generally that is our national avenue if we need something directly from them. They, I think, do a pretty good job for issues that concern the county, whether it's transportation funding. PILT becomes an issue quite a bit. So they're fairly active on that. We haven't had anybody except for Rich go to the national conference, but that can always be taken into account too if you want. So those are kind of the things that go into the county board. Where am I?
If you click the middle tab up on the very top. Oh, unless you wanted to keep going.
Well, I was just going to make sure I didn't have anything else in here. This one, this is travel. You guys are relatively consistent in the amount of travel. Insurance, that I'm not sure what that one is. And
that's a year-end actual.
Year-end, okay, yeah. Last year we made another contribution to the West Central Regional Water District for their administrative expenses, using American Rescue Plan money. So those are one-time off, so those aren't coming back. So that's where the county board is at. Rich is here, and it's his time, so maybe we back out of this and catch the rest of my budgets later, and let Rich go to the
stay on schedule.
yeah, we have the budgets down there. There you go.
This one?
Yep.
Right.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Sanders.
I had sent. I thought she was going to update that.
She couldn't.
Oh, okay. So I need to add County Ditch 100 maintenance request to this item. So we'll have a County Ditch 28 and a County Ditch 100. They're both in Hammond Township, so Mr. Strandel's district there.
Okay, so we need to make a motion to add this to the agenda. Warren and Gary.
Are both of these mine?
Any discussion?
Yes, that's what he said.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Okay.
So we got two petitions, one for County Ditch 28 and one for County Ditch 100 to survey and clean as needed, section 11 of Hammond. So 28 runs east and west at the north end of 11, and County Ditch 100 angles to the north and west about a half a mile in. So it makes sense to clean them both at the same time. And so I need a motion to approve the County Ditch 28 first.
So move.
Okay, Paul
Second.
and Warren. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Next, I need
Carried.
a motion to approve County Ditch 100.
Okay,
I move.
Go ahead.
Paul,
Second.
Warren. Any other discussion on County Ditch 100? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
My second item, Polk County Facility snow removal over in East Grand Forks. The contractor name has changed, so in order to make payments and do it as normal, we need to change the name from A Plus Yard and Snow LLC to JD Construction. The hourly rates basically are exactly the same for 25 and 26 as the 3-year had, and so it's just easier, and it's easier to pay them by the hour than it is to pay them by the event. So I need a motion to use JD Construction for snow removal through May 31st of 2026 in East Grand Forks.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Warren and Paul, any discussion?
There are more areas than social service.
Nope, that's the only place we pay to have them remove snow. Okay.
In East Grand.
In East Grand
East
Forks.
Grand, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
That's it for the fun stuff.
Do I get the budget up there?
Can I ask you a question?
I have
Yes.
a question too.
A couple farmers are asking, is this number 12 gonna leap into next year? They're all worried that they're not gonna get done.
Oh, they'll get done. If they don't get done, well, they'll get done with the major portions of it. There'll be stuff that will,
Yeah, they just wanna know
Finish
if
up.
they can farm their land next season.
yes.
So
And
tell 'em.
if they don't, or if they can't, then we get to pay them for a second year's worth of rent.
That's what I need to tell them, because that's what they're asking.
Yes.
Yep, okay.
So we paid them for 1 year's worth of stockpiling of the black dirt for 15 feet.
Sure,
If by chance we get 8 inches of snow next week and it gets cold and done,
yep, that's
then
what they're worried about, that's all.
then we're paying them again.
That's
It's your
what they,
tongue.
I know. I'm just saying. It's
Just don't even, don't.
that's the question they have, because they're
Yep.
trying to plan, because some of them have to put fence up, some of them because they wanna graze that,
yeah.
and so they wanna know if they put the fence up
All right.
before it freezes.
Right. So I am.
So we had the TAC meeting yesterday, and part of the business there, a big part of it was that functional classification review bit.
Right.
And I guess you haven't
That is
reported on that yet.
No, that is not true, but that's okay. So I sent both Tim and the state what I recommended for changes, and the state just got back to me Friday with the email showing, because I had questions on some township roads. And so they sent me a map with all the township roads and what they're recommending. And so I approved those this morning and sent them back to the state. And so now I'll be able to go back to the RDC and say, this is the final for Polk, and this is the changes I need to make.
We had action yesterday that would allows both Tim and me to approve them with whatever you send.
Yep. So really, there was only, on the county system, there was probably only one change that I wanted to make versus what MnDOT had.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, no big issue.
no
there.
big issue. The only one would be, the only change I was thinking about making was we just paved 46 from 2 to 102,
Mhm.
that which ties into 46 and 11, the truck bypass. And it's a minor collector now, and I question whether or not it should be, if we're gonna force traffic up it or want traffic to go up it and go around, then it should be a minor arterial like the other two. And so I made that recommendation. So we'll see what happens there.
Okay. All right. Well, I just wanted to pass on that
Yep.
information, but we have between, I'm the chairman of TAC and Tim.
Yep.
We
Okay.
will just. we'll
So
just
I will
approve
get
it.
I'll email the MnDOT guy, have him get all the changes. Because they said that the recommendations I was making, they were fine with, so then we'll just get them approved by the TAC at the next meeting
Well, there's
or
two
whatever.
levels in those. One qualifies for some state funding and one does not.
No,
What-
state funding doesn't matter. It's the federal funding.
Oh, okay.
Minor collectors and below don't get federal funding through federal highway. They get reimbursement for disasters through FEMA. Major collectors and above is federal highway, both STIP and disaster.
Okay.
So,
All right. Thank you.
well, I'm glad you can see my 26 budget, because I went on this morning and couldn't see it. So
Okay, and
you're good.
Sometimes it's this has to say 26.
Oh, okay.
I've had a couple departments get that flipped to 25,
Yeah.
and then they can't see 26.
There we go.
Okay, wasn't sure how exactly, but we're just doing high level, and you can run the mouse, or I can run the mouse. And which department do you want to start at?
Well, we usually start in the 100s, so it would be
Okay, there's ditch.
it should be ditch. Well, okay, Maple Lake Tilburg is 5s now. Noxious weeds are 5s. So, so as far as ditch inspection and engineering, there's really no change in that. All the funds that get spent for ditch maintenance gets reimbursed through landowner levies, so there is no property tax levy that we ask for that. It's all through the landowner process. So nothing really changes there. All it is how much work do we have and how much do we spend in each ditch. Maple, any questions on ditch? All right, okay, I can run it.
I'm just here.
There's no levy into the ditch.
Right. There's no property tax levy in the ditch. Then click the arrow. There we go. No. And this one. And then
Yeah, I'm gonna click all of them here in a second.
oh boy.
Depends on if you want to go into the detail. We were just gonna keep it high level
Oh.
at the top level.
Anyway, so really no changes in Maple Lake. We have our income coming in for our sites. We have our expenses going out for electricity and different things, and our campground host as expenses. And so I had looked at basically the same as 2025 income and expenses.
This is Maple Lake?
Yeah.
Okay.
So really no changes there. Tilburg would be the same. What? Do you want me to collapse it?
No. I was just gonna mention it just as a reminder to the commissioners that a couple years ago, we basically made the parks its own fund.
Right.
Because
Yep.
this is all the years I've worked, this is the only place where the parks have actually generated more revenues than expenses. And it seemed reasonable to capture that exclusively for park needs in the future rather than use it to simply offset the levy and then have to levy for expenses that were needed later. This gives Rich the ability to plan for improvements down the line utilizing that fund.
Tilburg, the same thing. Income, expenses, less income, less expenses, smaller park. So basically the same as 2025 as well. Nothing really planned up at Tilburg.
The 50 amp deal or anything.
What's that?
Weren't we gonna put 50 amp in up there or nothing?
No.
Services? We're not gonna. Right.
Well,
Not yet.
not correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Same as Maple.
Yep, sounds good.
So in order to revamp all the electricity out there, add more 50 amp services, add internet to the campsites, we need to keep on increasing our park funds so that we have the money in there to do it.
Okay, sounds
That's
good.
what I've been told.
Yep,
So
that's fine.
nothing planned yet. When we have the funds, then we will plan it.
Sounds good.
So no levies for either.
For
park.
this, correct. Yep.
Noxious weeds. Oh, what did I do? There we go. In the past, one of our technicians would help the state do seed sampling in the spring for their department. That technician has moved on to a different county. And so basically I've removed those expenses out of the noxious weed department. The only expenses left in there would be if the annual conference is nearby or close to Polk County, then we would send our weed inspector, our noxious weed applicator or supervisor to the conference so that he could get educated on new techniques or new weeds that are coming out. That
New weeds being sold.
He would need to be taken care of. Not that kind of weed.
Oh,
that's okay. Anyway, so nothing. So that should actually have less expenses than what was in the past. Agassiz Trail, same type of thing. We have nothing planned, but it's just general maintenance that we do, mowing, weed spraying, and then any blading or graveling that we need to do because we get complaints. So we spend money, we get reimbursed from the DNR for either 65% or 90% of what we spend. And so there's always a little dollar amount that ends up on the property taxes, but I'm estimating $6,000 this year or something like that. So nothing spectacular. Any questions on the trail? Okay. Public Works, admin, basically the same. You should have what's that? So basically, admin is myself and the two gals, the accountant and the clerk typist. Our salaries are everything, and then we always put some money in for furniture in case we need to change some stuff out in the office, hoping that we can take this away and hire a architect to design a new building, and we don't need new furniture in an old building. Other than that, my travels in there. You should have a copy of my travel for 2026 planned travel. NACO Ledge, my annual conference for the county engineers, NACO spring board meeting, NACO annual, NACE fall board meeting, NACO fall board meeting. That's basically the 5 out-of-state travels that I do. Anytime NACE is involved, it's split between the county and NACE, and anytime it's just NACO, then the county pays for it 100%.
Just going forward, Rich, that's an attachment in that line account, so you can't open those.
Which line account?
Professional services.
Okay.
Your travel, actually.
Yep, travel 6335. So if you just click 300 administration.
Click this.
Yep, it's gonna bring a pop-up up. It's the fastest way to do it.
Maybe.
And then hit the yes, just hold them all. One more. Professional services 6200.
That one.
Yep, and then go down to the travel. There's a little arrow. One more.
Which one?
Yeah, right there. If you open that tab, if you click the
This?
paperclip, yep. I know it takes a while to drill in.
If you've attached it, you'll be able to call it up.
Well, I did. She did for me because I didn't. I tried to attach and it wouldn't let me.
Yeah.
So here's my out-of-state travel for 2026. The NACO Ledge in Washington D.C., NACE annual in Arlington, Texas, Western Interstate in Maui, NACO annual in New Orleans, NACE fall board meeting. We don't know yet. This year we're in Indianapolis. Next year we could be in Minneapolis. So this would come off the list. And then NACO fall board meeting typically happens in the state of the new president. That should be to be determined because I believe it's North Carolina. So any questions on travel?
No, what was the amount on furniture?
I couldn't see 15 grand. So it was small amount. Did I just screw up things or not?
Okay, but you're going to Hawaii.
Are you taking your wife with, I hope?
Well, I have to get a permission to go first. Yes. And we'd probably we'd be there first and then stay until the end of the conference.
Sure.
Hopefully.
Oh, 2 weeks, right? Ain't that what it is?
Maybe 10 days.
Yeah, that's what I like.
Anyway,
You can take me with too if you like.
hey, Minnesota's part of the Western Interstate region now, so you can, all I did is close the PDF.
No, I'm trying to get Mark Holy in, and he's having trouble.
Okay.
getting in.
So it's not me. That's a good thing.
Not done a thing wrong.
AMC had a convention in Hawaii just a number of years ago, and a bunch of the commissioners from Red Wing all went, and they were all defeated in the next election.
It's a good thing he's not elected.
If I can get it past you four and Mr. Holy, then I'm good to go, I guess. So
Just 1 second here. Let me get this set up so that
you can just, yeah.
I did get it set up. That's kind of, I gotta have myself here. All right, now we're just gonna focus on this.
So that's admin, maintenance and construction. Construction, as you know, we advanced funds from next year in 27 to this year to do the 3 paving jobs on 66, 21, and 13. And 6 and 49. And so basically we're showing less construction next year, but we can always advance again if we see that prices are staying stable low and we want to save some more money. We can always move projects up. We have, so all our construction is on our county state aid highway system. You know what the 5-year plan looks like from what we approved a year ago or so. We can always have that discussion again. You know, we're not doing any county road projects, so county road 267 isn't going to get reconstructed. County road 222 isn't going to get reconstructed. That was in the 5-year plan until we have funds available to reconstruct them, whether it's property tax. My hope was always a wheelage tax to help pay for those. If we did the wheelage tax, it would be about $900,000 a year. It would take 2 years worth of funding to do one construction project. So there's always that possibility, but we can't do anything until next July as far as the wheelage tax is concerned and get it back on the books. Right now, all we have is the local option sales tax, which helps us subsidize the construction on the county state highway system.
But that would take 2 years then, right?
Basically, yep.
Starting next.
Starting July or January of 2027.
Right.
Is when you'd first start getting funds in.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
So, yep.
Yeah, so it might be 28.
28 before we would actually do a project.
Okay.
Yep.
But we could pass it ahead of time.
Yes.
Right.
You just have to let them know by July 31st that you're planning on doing it for the upcoming year.
Got it.
So, other than that, construction, there's really nothing there. Maintenance stays the same. Our equipment outlay at 900,000. Typically, if you look at how we purchase equipment, we purchase it, we auction off the old stuff. So our bills might be 1.2 million, but after we've sold everything, our actual is under that 900,000. And so that's why we budget 900,000 instead of what we're actually spending as far as equipment outlay. Construction for maintenance is our crack filling, our base one, our gravel stabilization projects, our calcium chloride, stuff like that we do. That's maintenance work, not construction work. And then the last thing you have is equipment maintenance and shops, and that basically the only thing that really changes there is the salary and expenditures. Any questions on any of the highway department stuff so far? The last is our other, which is grounds. So we have a fund to pay for the mowing and snow removal for all the facilities that we do that on in Polk County's Crookston area. So highway, justice, sheriff, government center, the mowing out at the transfer station. And then if we end up having to spend any money at the DAC or Polk County Historical Society, that all comes out of there. The other thing that comes out of there is we have our calcium chloride contract. We have Marshall, Polk, Norman, Red Lake, Pennington, Clearwater, all on the contract. And so if you look at our expenditures, you're going, well, you're spending more than 150,000 every year, but that's the money we spend on the contract in the other counties for their roads, their applications. And then if you look at our income, the money coming in is offset by that. So you're not paying any property taxes for Polk in order for them to do their work in the other counties. And then also when we bill our residents or pay for the calcium chloride for the residential spraying, that comes out of there as well. So that's the only line item that you would look at and go, what the heck? Why is that so much? That's the reason why it's so much. Otherwise,
I was gonna ask for a discount, but that ain't happening.
oh, okay. Any questions on that? Any questions at all?
So far, so good for me.
Yes. I did not at this point, but like I stated earlier, anything we do in the drainage area isn't property tax, local levy.
It's not local levy.
Yeah, it's not local levy. It's paid out by all the individual landowners that pay benefits into the ditch systems. So it wouldn't change the budget at all if we added an individual in that department and or anything else that we did in that department.
Your position or some type of committee assignment process to help assist Rich in the ditches.
Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, I can always use more help. as things go on in the ditch system and as we move forward with the redetermination, yeah, there's going to be more work. Right now, we're spreading it out amongst many people, not just myself. And if there was one person taking care of it, I think less things would be missed. I know I've been at fault with that this year, and but yes, so a ditch inspector would be helpful. I think if we're going to go down that road, you know, do we have discussions with Red Lake, Pennington, Marshall to maybe hire one person that helps with all of them? You know, make it a full-time position split between 3 or 4, or if you know, right now Kurt Cassavans in Red Lake, if he's fine with just doing Red Lake, maybe it's just the other 3 or 2 counties. But I've had a little bit of discussion with Lon up in Marshall about, you know, is it something that both Polk and Marshall could benefit from by hiring a full-time ditch inspector? It's very possible, but we would have to work those details out.
Marshall doesn't have one currently.
I think Lon does it as well.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
they have just as many miles as we do, if not more. So
Okay.
And the problem, not a problem up in Warren is they only work with one soil water conservation district office, where in Polk we have 2.
yeah,
And even though Nicole is very involved, she doesn't have jurisdiction over East, the other,
right.
what's her name, and the east side. So Polk is somewhat unique because of the mileage and jurisdictional control by soil, water. So it's important, as far as I'm concerned, to start a structure or at least a conversation of setting something up to help Rich in his endeavors, because Rich won't be here around forever.
Any other questions, concerns?
Thank you.
Anything else?
Rich brought up, you know, something we've talked about from time to time, which is future public works building. This is gonna come up a little bit later too, I think, under the sheriff's budget. He's asked for some money for some building improvements. But I think it's worth probably having either the buildings committee or the public works committee start mapping out how you go about deciding what you do, and then we can figure it out from a timing standpoint, financially. Clearly, we're still doing a lot of things that I would consider prep work for getting in a position to do such a thing. Looking out with a capital improvement plan, building plan, that kind of thing. But you know, about 90% of the effort goes into the planning of these things. And once you get going and start talking about what the options are, what it looks like, then the timing can take care of itself, whether we're ready or not. But I think we ought to do it because, as Commissioner Holly says, Rich isn't going to be here forever, but he knows this. And several counties have gone around doing it. I don't know if anybody's been able to go to any other county. We've talked about trying to visit some of those, but Norman, Roseau, just in our area, you know, it takes some effort to see what goes into one of these things. So,
I think it's important, if you're talking the maintenance building, to start a plan whether it's a 3-year or a 5-year plan, equipment's not getting any cheaper or smaller. It's all getting bigger, and OSHA and the wonderful laws of Minnesota are changing daily, and it'll get to a point where the current shop can't be used because of whatever new rules. And that's why it's important to be forward thinking, to build something compatible going forward. Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes.
Yes.
On the MPO situation, that $15,000 request from the county, have you had any discussion with your tech group about that?
No, but I sent out a text earlier to Reed at the East Side and Nick, the county engineer in Grand Forks, and I have not got a response yet. So, but you sit on the MPO, I sit on the MPO TAC. Are they going to boot us off if we don't pay the 15? I don't know. Is it a requirement that we're part of it? I don't know.
Well,
I have no roads within the MPO.
if there's a
So-
percentage based on population between the two sides of the river,
Right.
then it makes some sense. But if it's $15,000 for Grand Forks and for East Grand Forks,
Right. I don't know what the other
that
ones are.
just
So,
doesn't make any sense at all.
yeah. And I don't know what Grand Forks's counties was. You know, right now, all four are an entity as part of the MPO. We're pushing for a bridge crossing, new bridge crossing or two. And, you know, does Polk County need to be part of that discussion? Yes. Does Polk County need to be part of the MPO to be part of that discussion? I don't know. But anyway,
Well, the rural bridge,
you know,
obviously, we would be a big part of that.
right. Yep. So,
All right.
I mean, whether you pay it out of the commissioners or you pay it out of highway,
Mhm.
it
Well,
doesn't, you know,
We'll try to talk about that a little bit at our MPO meeting tomorrow.
I would find out why all of a sudden they're deciding to do it and what the benefits are to each entity paying their portion.
Because about 90% of the MPO business is done on the North Dakota side.
Well, yeah, I mean, anytime we have our TAC meeting, 95% of it's Grand Forks, 5% of it's East Grand Forks. So,
Okay, we'll have a little discussion tomorrow.
I don't know what they're gonna get out of 60 grand. Are you help paying for an employee? Or are you, because I think by the law of the land or the federal law, they have to have an MPO because it's over 50 grand or 50,000 in population. And it has to be run XYZ. And if they're to meet the federal requirements, and so
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I'm not
It's like
here.
it's like having a county highway department in Polk County. State statute says you have to have one. You have to have a county engineer. Beyond that, you know, it's up to the five of you to decide what's beyond that, you know. So
I'm not, just from this conversation, I'm not hearing any benefits that we would
Well,
get from that.
and I don't know that for sure. So until we have the
Other
answers,
than information.
Yeah.
You're getting information for going, but I don't know if that's worth 15,000.
Yeah.
All those organizations are looking at revenue.
Right.
yeah.
Yep. Okay.
I don't know what to brought this on. For one thing, it's first time it's ever been.
Right.
Who instigated
I
this?
think between the two of us, we can come up with the answers for the rest of them, and then you guys can decide. Yeah, I mean, you have till December, whatever, to decide. So,
Mm-hmm.
Well, we probably decide not to pay it.
Yeah.
I kind of informed them that I have it in their budget, the commissioner's budget, but it isn't gonna stay there as I start the cutting process,
Yeah.
paring down process.
So
Yeah.
anyway. Yeah,
Okay.
great. Thanks.
I've asked Sarah to come up. I don't know if she's watching or paying attention to her phone, but hopefully she comes in quickly.
Yeah, well, you can tell when she reads her text, so.
No, she hasn't yet.
Okay. Anyway, anything else for me?
No, thank
No,
you
that's
so
good.
much.
Okay.
Thanks
Have a
for
good day.
Thanks for the answers. If I can pass it on to them.
Packers are back.
You'll get more questions.
You had to mention that.
Packers are back.
Gullicksons are questioning our 60-inch cattle pass instead of a 72, so we're
Yep.
working through that process right now.
I know. I asked him. I says, they're taking it out. The one by my place. Not
Yeah,
gonna-
there's one that's just going to a 24-inch round, but the other two are actually staying cattle passes. And for whatever reason, a normal 60-inch for cattle isn't good enough at this point.
Because
So
I asked him. I says, they're taking your cattle pass away.
Do you wanna go back to my
I
budget?
just set up a stop traffic and run across the road.
That's we've had to do that. Hi, Chuck. Welcome back.
If you could notice, I was right over here.
I did.
Yeah.
But welcome back to the front
Thank
seat.
you. Always good to be here.
Okay, so, which department?
Well, we were done with the county board, so the courts is the next one. Which, it's, well, I can give a summary because this is the one that I put
It's a wild
funds
card.
in that basically we just pay whatever the costs are. There was a year where we noticed we were paying more than we budgeted for and followed up, and it was a court-assigned attorney. I believe they do one of the social services programs. And the firm was coming down from Roseville constantly. I said, you gotta spread this around a little bit because I know that they're going with who is available to a great degree, but it was kind of running up the costs. Other than that, once COVID came, then everything kind of just stopped. Now they're starting to do a little bit more. You will, where is it? Court costs, 20, you have it under attorney right there. Yeah, it's not the attorney, it's actually me.
Okay. Yep, I got it.
So this will end up paying for some of the court-appointed attorney work, but also if there are specialists that have to come in or the court
Witnesses and.
yeah, the expert witness folks. It will admit here that I'll jigger this one around a little bit if we need it as we get down to the end levy, but it's not. There's nothing really to predict other than a retrospective look at past expenses, which are not an indicator of future expenses.
And if something comes up, we have to deal with it anyway.
Yeah, and if it's out of the ordinary, then we take a look at it. There is something from social services that we've brought forward for kind of taking a position on it from a staff standpoint.
Sure.
Not a local necessarily issue, but it has to do with I can't remember if it's state or federal, but we're not the only one.
Sure.
You bring it up and see where it goes, and kind of look out for Polk County's interest in the thing. So I don't really have much I can tell you there, but it's maybe a little bit less than what we've had in 2025. I'm not seeing year-to-date here for 2025.
Very bottom. Right.
What? Bottom what?
The 122.
These are still budget columns, there's
Yeah,
not
that's okay.
actuals in there, so.
24 is actual. It's close to how it is.
So I don't know where we're at right now on 2025, but do you want to add that in?
I can add it in. It's
It
from
might
May.
be.
I had taken it out.
Okay, it might be helpful to have some of those in there, but
Yeah.
they can be misleading. To get that
I'm trying to do it last month.
yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I see.
And that reflects as of like the end of May, first part of June. So
Yeah, I don't think we're out of whack. Might be trending a little fast relative to what I got for 2026, but a little less than what we've got for 2025. So, any questions on that? Is this the one I get out of?
yep. Hold on here though. I'm gonna have you just wait. Let's see this. Otherwise
And not never show up again.
it'll never show up again. Yeah. I'll have to add it every time we come back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So the next one would be county administrator.
Just
Good. You don't have,
do you want the?
I wouldn't mind year to date, but
This is actual year to date.
oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, not as of June.
Yeah.
I'm gonna collapse this series there.
I don't know why should I open it
Yeah,
back up?
back up.
Yeah. I don't have enough line items to not talk about them. So wages are the COLA increases. This is for myself, Ashley, and Darcy. So the same cafeteria benefits as all employees. Same PRA. You're now going to start seeing the Minnesota paid leave premiums in there. Under professional services, what is this one?
That's the recovery when we're over.
I don't know what that is.
The
usually.
American Recovery Act was that was just cleanup.
Okay. Okay. Well, there isn't anything for 2026
No.
because we're not using that anymore, and that's
Correct.
all transferred. It's basically accounted for
Right.
for the resolutions that we did at the end of last year, early part of this year, for public safety wages. But most of my stuff is the travel. I don't even know where one of the conferences next year, but I think I have. And this will probably tell me if I open it up, right? I don't have an attachment on here, so. Yeah, a lot of AMC conferences. Sometimes I can't believe how many there are. They keep adding technical get-togethers in the spring and summer. I don't see my MCMA in here, but that's my Minnesota. It must be this one, Minnesota City County Managers Association. It's the state version of ICMA, which is the national. And should have my travel to all of these in here, but I don't have my attachments. So
It's possible that the policy conference might move next year.
that'd be great. This was the worst one, and I even questioned whether I would bother going next year if it was back there, which is too bad. It's a nice location, but some of these places that depend on seasonal stuff, and as soon as you get it after school, it's off season.
Mhm.
And it just looked like, you know, nobody knew what they were doing, but
Mhm.
I don't want to
Well,
sit
they
there and
had
complain.
a huge turnover in staff about a month ago.
It had to feel enough commentary about it that, you sensed a strain of maybe budget related. That stuff happens, but
Mhm.
it'll be what it is. Um, I don't have a whole lot else there. No staffing changes, nothing to speak of under county administrator. There you go. Is that better, Annette? Well, let's hope it is. Where am I? The rest of basically I do not. Okay, great. Thanks, Annette. Um, I haven't changed any other request. They are different than some of the requests that we've gotten, however. I think the Polk County Historical Society came in and asked for 15. There's 10 in there based on the fact that the county is picking up the insurance on the building that it owns. Plus, we're helping on the maintenance. The fair asked for $50,000. They generally ask for that, but the amount is 10. Actually, I can't remember if they asked for 50 or 20, but Paul, do you know? Do you remember?
They asked for 50.
50? They've asked for 50 before, but when we did the ARP, God, where's my mind at? The ARPA contribution, they did a lot of improvements out there, and kind of the quid pro quo on that was a reduction in the annual contribution. I know that they're trying to ramp up for a new building out there, so unless you tell me different, there's 10 in there, and I believe that that's what was in there for 2025. I can't tell by looking at that, but what else here? You got visited by the East Grand Forks Heritage Foundation. You got visited by the Boston East Polk Heritage Center, which is completely different, but it's on the other side of the county. Both amounts are $5,000. We also contribute $800 towards veterans. This has to show up someplace other than in the veteran services budget. So that's where it goes. That's an annual amount. And those purchase the little flags that go on cemetery headstones for Memorial Day.
And I guess, you know, with those heritage centers, I question now, since we are putting a lot more money into, I mean, Crookston with the insurance and then the maintenance and everything, that they should get 5 like the other ones.
The
Like-
County Historical Society here in Crooks. Okay, well, I make a note of that, and maybe I can make a change if anybody else wants to comment on that. I take it all under advisement.
Not that, but I should probably, is this the time I should talk about the fair, things that they've
Sure.
told me about? So when the 50,000 they're asking for now is not necessarily related to that building, and building is all taken care of, that's a whole different entity. It's not anything to do with the county. Their request is based on, and these are the questions I asked them, is what are other counties giving? And I have a list, and we can go over them later, and now I don't care. But of what the other counties are giving. Their biggest thing is we, as we have in the past, you know, it is a large, this is how I feel. And this has nothing to do with anything other than how I feel, but that organization itself is an association of county fairs. But when the county, when it is named after this county and it represents this county, I feel strongly that, okay, maybe we should do something. Remember 2 years ago when I first started, this section is what I spoke on a lot was, geez, it looks like the Good Buddy Club. And I'm not 100% convinced that that is happening here, where you're getting this because somebody knows somebody, you know, but I don't think that's happening. Okay. But when you talk about the fair in its own right, for the fair putting forth their own money towards the building of the building, I think that's a little bit. I wouldn't have presented it that way myself. I'm looking at the general operation and what it does for the county, and that is what I would push for, is how it represents the county. And I know there's some heartaches in the past from the East Polk County Fair, from the, and I know nothing about this stuff because it's way before my time, and the winter shows building and all of that kind of stuff that has happened throughout the county. But this, being on the board there, one thing that they have worked for very hard is making sure that the entire county is represented. And that's where I think the 50,000 is requested. I'm not saying that that is what we should give. I'm just saying that we should reconsider that amount, because the 10,000, when you take that money that they use, they're using it towards operational expense and not salaried expenses, nothing like that. It's about keeping up. You guys have done great work to the county in the past, before my time, and the things with all the updates and stuff. But I think as a maintenance thing, I think we should reconsider that total. You know, 10,000 I think is undercut. Is 50,000 too much? I don't know that, but I think there should be some discussion in the future. That's all. Thank you.
I could add that, you know, the Polk County's obligation with the county fair is a lot. We don't have some of the issues that other counties have, where either they own the grounds or the buildings. I mean, the fair issues play out at their county boards. This is a pretty high functioning standalone group, and it's your contribution because you're Polk County. From an administrative standpoint, and I'm only the administrator, I'm not, where did I go here? Not elected, obviously, but many of these are true discretionary contributions that the county makes. And they were here when I came. We haven't made anything radically different, but they have been chiseled out a little bit, to be honest.
Yeah.
And, I don't want to be heartless because I think, these are all excellent groups. I haven't seen any that I would be concerned about operationally. But relative to county operations and tax-funded ones, it's truly discretionary. My own spreadsheet you've seen, you add up, it's about $65,000 total, which isn't a lot, but it is discretionary and
All levy dollars.
it's all levy dollars, and I always get a little nervous when the board or a board, AMC does this a lot. We start marching on the mandated stuff. We make it. Well, there's things that we do that aren't mandated that do happen here. So
I think we have to be careful with this fund. It can get out of hand. I've seen the cities deal with that.
Yeah.
And
They are grateful for all the monies that they get. They are, but they used to get 20,000, and then it went down to 10,000, and then,
I think there was one year when we contributed to a building, at least in the time I've been here. I say we, I mean
When they
the
built the
board.
livestock building.
yeah, that was a significant contribution.
Yeah.
And it is a
And-
great fair.
And sometimes I feel with some of these requests that we receive that these organizations, they kind of look at the county as being, it's an easy target,
yes, I understand that.
which, I have an issue with that.
Well, I don't want to sit here and render judgments on a lot of these. Generally, I've responded when I've either heard things or even the board has approved things outside of this, that okay, with that comes this. But that there's some, we have the Red River Basin Association, $785. You did not budget that one year and they came in and you ended up doing it. It was either that one or the Red River Valley
It was that one.
Development. Tri-Valley Transportation, I could make an argument that actually could use more. It's almost could fall under social services for what is its objective there. But again, some of these budgets, I give them to you heavy on the staff perspective. Others, these are kind of your things. You want something different. I try to listen, but I don't want to put you on the spot either.
One that I do really question now after my last board meeting with Production Alternatives, it's where the East Polk DAC merged with, is the occupational, it's up. That they really don't do a lot in Polk County. They're really having some issues with how the organization is being run. I just I'm kind of struggling with that one right now, because that the money goes to Bemidji, and I don't know that much of that actually gets pushed back here.
Well, it wouldn't be out of line, but I know you guys don't need more to do, but it wouldn't be out of line to say you want representation on any of these if it interests you just for that, because I really don't spend any time, very early in my tenure here, the ODC worked with us in Foss and I believe at the recycling facility, but that transitioned and I wasn't directly related to this. So I'm not very close to to that kind of awareness that you may have,
Mm-hmm.
to be honest.
Yeah, but it's just a reminder that I was gonna do some more checking on that one, so I made myself a note. I guess, I mean, because of everything that, from the state and the federal that's getting pushed down to the counties, I'm struggling more with some of these things and just being more careful about, I mean, like, for some it's like, well, 5,000 doesn't seem a lot, but you keep adding up those 5, 10, 20s, it does make a difference.
I will note because earlier this year, I'm trying to find RSVP in here.
Well, they were off and on, weren't they,
Yeah.
for a while?
Well, they were off for a very short period of time. Actually, yeah, where is it? Oh, here it is. This actually, oops. This actually had a. We were notified that they lost their AmeriCorps funding. This was kind of part of all the federal. I don't know if it was Doge or what, but I mean, things suddenly changed. But then it came back in another form, and we haven't had Jennifer come in. But I mean, this helps seniors. We have an appointee to this, or I remember it was Jerry and Gary, I don't know if you're on this or if Paul.
Which one is this?
RSVP.
RSVP. We may not populate that as much, but I kept everything.
That might have been one
Their
that.
grant was reinstated, so I just put them back in here because it really hadn't been a miss of any kind.
I'm familiar with it, but I
Yeah.
think Jerry was the one that was on the board.
Yeah, and it's geared towards seniors and
Yeah,
out at the university. So
right.
the other communities I know have had these, and so yeah, this is all the notifications, but that all got undone relatively quickly. So certainly an earnest, as pretty much all of them are. So that's in there, $2,400. Where am I going? There we go. So out of this, the numbers that probably can't be changed are the NRBG matches to the two SWCDs. I am not at a point of barking about the addition, the $50,000 to West Polk. East Polk did not ask for anything more than what they had last year. I think they're a little smaller, but you attend those meetings.
I mean, they really know how to spend their grants very well.
Yeah.
I'm impressed of how they have really improved.
Go down here to Tri-Valley here really quickly because I believe they asked for more money as well.
85.
Yeah. Generally, they may ask for a few $100s more, maybe $1,000 more. But yeah, the request was $8,500. Again, being stingy as your administrator, I just didn't increase. I mean, you want me to, I still did put it back in. Put in the request. So, good outfit, obviously. Certainly, we have a bit of a role in it. Anyway, any questions on that? If you want to talk later about it some more.
See, Sarah is here.
Sarah's here, and we need to get onto the agenda.
Good morning.
Okay, let's see here. So the first item is our opioid settlement advisory council met in September and prior met in June. And so our first round of funding was July to June with an extension to December if entities wanted that, which most entities did take us up on that since it was the first round of funding. And so that first round of funding will conclude at the end of December. And so the advisory council had a pretty lengthy discussion last spring, again in June, and then again just a couple of weeks ago, and does recommend doing an RFP process again for round 2 of funding. There has been a bit of scrutiny around the state for counties that haven't been utilizing their funding in a timely manner. And I'm very proud of our county for going through the appropriate process to understand the needs of our county and then implementing that first round of funding, which I think has been overall highly successful. And then now looking at the funds available to go into round 2. So the recommendation from both the council and myself, as I think in the MOA, it's identified as the health strategist from public health. So I would accompany this recommendation is to do a second round of funding based on the calendar year, so January through December. That also will make it easier for reporting because we do our reporting to the state on a calendar year versus on a state fiscal year. So this would make that easier to DHS. Again, with the previous RFP, applicants could apply for up to $100,000 per organization. And in the prior RFP, we had slightly less total funds available, but based on the amount in our opioid settlement fund right now, I would recommend up to $500,000 be available. That would leave us with a little, probably close to 300,000 that would still be available for things. Some of that 300,000 is allocated if we need council member stipends or public health programming or that sort of thing. But in totality, there would still be money there that would be building interest. We've recently got 2 interest payments, so it's good to have some money in there because it's building interest. We don't ever know when we're getting the settlement payments, so they come very ad hoc, which makes me feel a little uncomfortable. But this funding, as with previous funding, has been recently deposited, so we have that money in hand. And of course, the 500,000 would be for entities that would meet all of our, criteria. We're not just giving out money to give out money. And we would use the same RFP process, slightly altering the application with feedback from our council and our organizations that previously were funded to have a shorter application process. So we were able to make it shorter, but still get all of the important information. So that's what you learn from round 1 to round 2. And then, like the first process, public health and the council would make a funding recommendation to this board. And as with the past, you would have final approval if you wanted to fund those applications. And then below you can see the suggested timeline. We would release the application at the end of the month here, giving folks a month, which is the standard application time frame. Review those applications in November and come to you on December 2nd with funding recommendations. And then we'd work through the contractual process for a January 1 start, which would be similar to the process that we had last time. So looking for approval to work with the council to approve the opioid settlement funds round 2, the RFP process that I've just described, and the timeline. I also say I did a little research of other counties, and most counties have mimicked the process that we've used. So it's consistent with how other counties are doing it. So just looking for approval. Or if you have any questions, happy to answer that as well.
I so move.
Oh,
Second.
I don't know if I can reach with my heels, so,
It's a lot of dollars. I mean,
yeah, it's accumulated.
It is.
Yeah,
and
Just got a couple big payments.
yeah, and I'm assuming there'll be individuals renewing their requests or.
Yes, so all of the organizations that are currently funded are eligible to reapply. And if they've been making appropriate progress towards what they said they were going to do, then they would definitely be eligible for future funding. Mhm.
That's good.
Are you the person who justify the expenditures, the auditing? I no concern about the organizations or anything at all, but after all the dollars that went out for Feed the Children and all that, and then you read about all the fraud that goes on, and how is this, if this money is spent the way it's supposed to?
Yes, so good question. So when the organizations submit an application, they submit a work plan which directly shows which of the strategies within the MOA that they're selecting to work towards. And then they also have an approved budget that is directly connected to that work plan. And then each quarter or month, depending on their invoicing time frame that they prefer, we cross-reference their invoice with their budget, and it has to be approved.
This is with the advisory council.
Yes, so our staff person is the one that does the cross-reference
Yep.
of the funding.
Mhm.
But the council members have representation when we review the applications for the criteria, impact, priority, they have to be located in Polk County, et cetera, et cetera. So there's many layers of checking. There is also, we meet with each entity twice in the year, and we're required, if they have over 25,000, to do a pretty extensive reporting process to DHS in the first quarter of each year. So they have to show us process and impact outcomes that are predetermined.
I'm sure there's still room that a little bit of fraud and waste could happen, but at least we're doing
All of
the
our
best,
controls are in place that
but
we
we're doing
can.
the best we can, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. We have many levels of controls in place.
Good. I think that was a good question myself.
yeah. And then, like you commented about, some of the counties have been getting pushback, especially from the media, because there hasn't been funds going out. But there's a lot of counties that were not as lucky as we were of the large amounts that we got. I mean, some of these counties are just
Proportionally.
getting very small dollar amounts, and for them to actually have a project that is beneficial, they need to wait, longer
Funding
period of
available.
time.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, not every organization received, it was variable across the state, and then different counties or cities are in a different position in terms of like partnerships or things that are in motion. So
The hard part is to see the impact. If you have somebody who has a lower fund amount versus one that has a big fund amount,
yes.
how do you calculate that that
Impact.
that it is? Yeah,
Well, and the other caveat, right, is the funding is for prevention, treatment, recovery,
Exactly.
and a host of other things. And so to get collective impact, you actually need work in all of those spaces. And some of those things you see immediately because it's based on individuals, and others take a while to show because it's more of a population focus or a policy focus or whatever.
It
So,
could take a year or two.
or more.
Oh my, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I think the work that we're doing here is showing a lot of promise, and there's definitely impact stories that we already saw in June at our first initial reporting timeframe. So
Yeah. Well, good work. Any other discussion? Not, then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
am I between you and lunch? Is that
Yes.
what I'm? Oh, okay. Mindfulness. Mindfulness right now. Okay. The second item is going back
directly to impact. This was so in June, all of our grantees were required to come to our advisory council meeting and do a presentation about their initiative to show their work, their impact, etc. And during and after that council meeting, there was a recommendation to consider putting together a local documentary, essentially as part of our evaluation, to show the impact of the work that's being done here. One, we often don't spend time celebrating success in partnerships, and partnerships breed partnerships. And so there was an acknowledgement of the very, very collaborative work that's happening here. I don't think any of our initiatives are happening without partnership. None of our funded initiatives are happening in a silo, which I think is easier said than done. So that's impressive. And second, we've touched the lives of folks across the continuum. So I was mentioning that primary treatment recovery space, and we're doing that. And so there was a recommendation by the council to create an impact video that can be used to both celebrate our success, part of our evaluation metrics, because part of our requirement is to be transparent and share back with our municipalities and our community about the impacts of this work. And third is to promote additional entities to join collaborative efforts which work towards this. And so this is reaching all of those needs. So there was the grantee presentations. There was a request by the council to get some bids of an impact video of this nature. So our staff did that. And at the September meeting, there was 2 bids that were reviewed. You maybe have seen an impact video about the Family Resource Center that was made. So this entity is actually the same entity in progress. It is a Polk County based entity. And it was recommended by the council to utilize them. They did also give us a $2,000 credit. So it was $10,000 for their bid. And they were agreeable to $8,000 so that they are part of the solution, which I thought was really fabulous. But the idea is to tell the story through real people, clear explanations of what they've done and how they're being part of the solution, and then obviously the visionary element for the future. And so you can see here the description. It would capture also opportunities for each partnering entity to have a little snippet so that they can use that in their work to also get additional funding, right? Because we want it to have the pebble, I guess, effect where this can contribute to something larger for the organization into the future, because we're not meant to be organization's sole funding source over time. So it's also a leapfrog for that. So I would make the council makes a recommendation, and I would support that recommendation. And the council is looking at it in terms of community and community engagement and transparency. I'm looking at it in terms of evaluation and transparency, because there is requirements for that as part of our role in leadership of this work. So I would request to approve the in progress bid for this local documentary impact video. There's a lot of descriptive words in there.
I did the last one.
I would move again.
Second.
Feel like I'm pulling teeth again.
Here, get a bag from.
Oh, yeah. Must be time for a break. Okay.
Sit quietly and then no lunch.
Any other discussion? That's true. Any discussion? Nope. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
So we're gonna break for lunch, but Commissioner Holy, if you're still on, we're just gonna leave the feed open for you. You can just come back when you're able to, but the video feed will be put on recess here until 1:20. So we agree to recess.
Mm-hmm.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Aye.
Aye.
John, you want to reiterate what we're going to
Pardon?
120?
Oh, we will return at 1:20.
Okay,
Okay, we'll start out with the $10,000 grant from Minnesota Department of Veteran Affairs, which we get every July 1st to June 30th. Already got that this year. I use that mostly for advertisements. We had the billboards, also the CareX radio ad. Another billboard we have by Greenbush with some other CVSOs. So we use that mostly for advertisement and some travel. So we already got that, and it's going to keep coming every year. So any questions on the grant part?
Nope.
Mm-mm.
Moving down, the only changes you're going to see is changes to the wages and benefits to the COLA. And then the only other thing is added $300 for travel. Otherwise, the rest is the same as last year. Pretty straightforward.
I think you need to give lessons to everybody else.
I'm lucky enough where it's pretty straightforward, and I got everything I need to help the veterans, and we seem to be successful at that. So
Yep, very
not
much
going to ask
so.
for anything else.
Yeah, very good.
Yep.
That simple?
Yes, it's that.
Nice.
Yeah, it's,
Next.
We all love to see you.
yeah.
That's why I said he needs to
Now
give
back to the
lessons.
That's why they put me
Vikings.
after lunch. Everybody kind of awake and going. Yeah, back to the Vikings.
Or the Twins.
I can
Can you pitch?
try. I'm probably better off doing the Vikings.
Yeah.
Um.
We need someone to plug up that center. Holy cow. That
Yeah.
was
Who's their regular center? Darshan? No.
Kelly, I think.
Was he
It
hurt?
was Kelly, wasn't it?
Oh.
Ryan Kelly, the new guy.
Oh, that's right.
Signed.
Oh.
But do we get to just visit with you now?
Yeah. Any questions on anything? So, and one thing you guys will probably see in the last few years, I used to have to do a resolution for that grant. Now we don't have to do that. I just got to pretty much submit some budget, what I'm gonna do with the money, and send my expenditures from the county and sign a contract, and we're good to go. So they made it a lot
And you
simpler.
can sign the contract
Yep.
yourself. Yeah.
Yep.
That's even
He
great.
doesn't need
Yeah,
our approval.
simple. Yeah, they made it a lot easier. And it used to be hard to close them out, but it's a lot easier now for that too.
Mhm.
So no issues on that.
Okay, sounds
Thank
good.
you very much.
Yeah, you guys take care and have a good rest of the day.
Yeah.
Back to work.
Yep, there we go. I'm gonna go work out for the center.
Yes.
You guys have a good one.
Hut,
Right.
hut, hut, hut.
John is coming. I'm not finding Mark Foley, but Annette, are you back?
She was coming back.
She said she
I
couldn't
see her
do
on
that.
there.
Oh, I think Kurt forgot his water.
Mark's back. Can you hear us, Mark? You're on mute, but
Oh, she was being let into the meeting. There she is. No,
No,
she asked.
she asked if we could hear her because she was talking.
we can't hear you, Annette. What am I missing here?
Coffee still hot?
I'll try and.
Yeah, I could have got you one.
Tim's coming to the rescue.
I didn't want to get Paul one.
What?
Didn't want to get you a cup of coffee. I said,
No, I brought a water and I don't dare open it.
Oh. Maybe just looking at it could
I don't know.
motivate.
I told him I had a procedure yesterday and he said, drink lots of water, rinse it out, rinse it out, rinse it out. So yesterday I drank a lot of water. But I took my medicine this morning,
Annette, are you still trying to talk?
15 minutes.
Type something.
And
if you want.
I'm sitting here just dying. And Chuck wasn't helping me out at all. Normally, you get up and leave every once in a while in the morning meetings.
Try going. Have you went into your? I can. Have you tried going
Well-
into your audio settings on Teams?
I'm gonna resend it.
Try fiddling with when you go into audio settings. Try fiddling with your microphone. Mark, can you talk?
He's still muted.
Moment.
See, is the speaker up on that bottom right?
It looks like the speaker.
Is the speaker muted on our side?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Oh, it looked like it was up in that view though you were just in.
Oh, it's kind of blurry. I don't know what that means.
That would be on
So-
Mark's side.
Isn't it?
Yeah, that's.
Oh, yeah, that's a Mark's.
It is to muted.
Oh,
But it does look like it is here.
Now try.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
We're waiting for John Steiner. He's on his way.
Do we just want to take a break until he comes?
As long as it doesn't knock anybody out of the.
do you, anything you wanna go over quick while they're? Let me
Are
get,
we gonna be done early?
Day.
That's what I mean. I have a thing in Boston. If I could be there before 5, and I don't get to go to a volleyball game, but that's at Boston
You
too.
should be able to be out of here by then, I hope. I'm thinking we're gonna be done closer to 3:30.
That's beautiful. I'll text them and tell them it'll be early.
That's my goal is to be early.
Free up some more time for Andy tomorrow.
He's tomorrow. Yeah, Andy is. You.
I'll just text them, tell them it looks like I'll be there early.
I may run up to Rick and just say you make people.
Yeah, I could
Yep.
squeeze him
Yeah,
in.
if we can get, well, we can't squeeze him in, but at least that he'd be ready.
Be ready, yeah. Be on call.
Mhm.
What time do we start tomorrow?
8.
Is it
8
8?
o'clock.
8:00.
8 o'clock, yeah.
Who's it? Who's first off?
Oh, I don't remember. Somebody.
Oh my gosh, if I would got there, I
Greg
could go to the
with Seth.
volleyball game too.
Greg is always quick.
Tomorrow morning starts with Greg with Seth, then Sarah Reese,
Mm.
then Andy Larson, then me, then Elisa, then Stacy, then lunch, followed by Levi, Sheriff Cadman, and wrapping up with Chuck.
Not bad.
Andy Larson one will be a little detailed.
Up morning,
Yeah.
yeah.
So what?
Yeah, it always is.
Dang, why can't I get to this?
the year-to-dates, but it looks like those are May numbers, but
Yeah, I sent you a message back there, old May, but is that not what you're looking at? Were you looking at?
I'm
year-to-date?
looking at the accruals on IFS as of 75% of the year being.
Yeah, the Questica is as of May still. Levi and I haven't updated.
But the expenses are higher in Questica than they are in the IFS. So if IFS is through September and Questica is through May, the numbers should be lower. Their expenses, their utilities,
Well,
as you're looking at, she doesn't have the actuals 2025 up there, so
I'll pull it from yours and then your spiel.
it may not matter.
So your current IFS report,
so the IFS report right here is dated
9/25.
of September.
Did she run accrual?
Yep.
As important as
Through 902.
John's budgets are, keep in mind,
So, like,
the
here's-
only one that's on the levy is planning and zoning.
Yes.
The rest of it is
That's
all
gonna be the
operations
difference.
and so forth, so. We
So
just
say
dive
we
into
spent
that as much as
$192,000 on
Yeah.
natural gas, but
we
in
can.
this we've only spent 109,000.
We'll look at it.
Okay.
You do your thing. Right now, we're talking budgets, then we'll look at
Yep.
actuals.
What's first one up?
Okay, so do you want to run the mouse? I have it by fund,
Okay. So-
and then we've got 102 surveyor GIS.
Okay.
And I'm hoping we are on page, so I just have 23, 24 actuals, 25 budget, 26. I can put 25 year to date, but it's gonna be as of the end of May in there.
It doesn't matter what.
Okay.
You can leave it out.
Okay, and then it just goes down from there to fund 48, and then I'm not sure how you wanna do 64, 65. You do those separate.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just kinda go, and I'm just keeping it high level, and if you wanna go into the detail, tell me, you can drive the mouse, I can put up
No.
attachments if you want attachments.
No, the high level end of it for GIS. I mean, this is the new one that got sent out to us halfway through 2024. So a lot of the numbers for that budget weren't set by us. Been trying to figure it out. The major changes are going to be, and it's going to be in all of them, is how we do the payroll, the personnel related costs, because we're doing direct instead of pass throughs on everything. So that's where you see all the major changes in there. There was a couple of changes made. The pictometry, we used to take out from multiple sources. It would come in and then get spent out through this program. Now it doesn't come in through this program. When that bill is received, it's automatically split and goes out directly to the highway department and taxpayer services.
Yeah, you talked about that before. That was what we were hoping to do.
Yep.
Is to
It
put
just,
it
it
in those
makes
other
all the numbers look off
Okay.
when we're doing that. The pictometry was actually done this past spring, so that shouldn't be due again for another 3 years if we stay on this schedule. So that would be going away for that. That would be under the professional services. Pro West was under contract when we got it. They were basically the GIS person for the county. It was farmed out while that position was open. Now that position's been filled, Jake met with Pro West and they canceled the contract for that. And now we just have a service contract for support through Pro West. They don't need to be doing all the things that Steven can do.
And what is their support contract?
The support contracts, if he needs something done that he isn't able to do, they can go in. If there's a property line that doesn't quite match up, there's a discrepancy in something, they can shore those up.
And do we pay them for that?
We pay them for that.
Okay.
It's just, if you look at like a software license, if you got an issue with it, it's glitching, you contact them and they go in and do that. So, but most of the stuff, day-to-day stuff, entering the surveys, that sort of stuff, we were paying them when the position was open. Now Steven can do that. So we don't have that issue. And then under the total expenses, the difference really is, again, that pictometry isn't factored in there for 2026. there's not a whole, there's not a whole lot else in there to go through.
I think this part, I will work with Patty to fix this. I think we just got this expense in the wrong fund. Because it's coming up under Fund 48, but it's for Department 102. So it's just an account code is in the wrong place, so we'll get that cleaned up.
Okay.
Planning, which group would you want to do that?
The planning and zoning, we can do that. Really, again, the main things are the staffing, payments change things drastically. Under the 5,200 services, try and go between the two. You see a change there in that. The buffer aid is now a direct pass through to those agencies. They're not coming into us and then getting distributed out, just like the pictometry.
Right, yeah.
So that's where you see that. Under the permitting, licensing permitting, they dropped that a little bit. Jake's thought was that the permit activity has dropped off a bit in 2025 related to what he figures are interest rates. I think you just get a natural fluctuation with things. If you do see the interest rates drop quite a bit, usually that does relate to construction. Sometimes it's remodeling though, rather than things that we don't charge a permit for. So that's really the big one. Then again, under the expenses, you have the totals. You just have the wage adjustments in there now.
Sure.
But there aren't any people planned on being hiring. There's no major purchases that are planned in zoning. Nothing seems to be on the horizon that's going to require major ordinance changes or public hearings or new permit activities, like when septic system laws were proposed to be changed years ago, adding a whole bunch of new permits, and none of that sort of stuff is on the immediate horizon for next year.
Can I bring up one thing? We don't seem to have. I'm not sure we have Commissioner Holy on, but he has mentioned it several times, the problems that we see with where floodplains are in the county. That we somehow keep this on our radar. I don't know, that maybe that's a surveying thing, but Jake, I know, has spent quite a bit of time reviewing it with Commissioner Holy, but it's not going to show up as a budget item. But being aware of where floodplain, where floodplains are, and what we may have for residences in particular that are now finding themselves in the floodplain. I don't know if you've sat through some of the meetings on that, but it's come up.
I haven't, but the floodplain issues have been an issue for commissioners and residents in our office since I started back in 1995. So no one likes them. It goes by elevation. There are maps that are done. Honestly, there's not a whole lot of rhyme or reason. I think the arguments used to hear were after the flood in 1997. If you were dry in 1997, but yet they're saying you have to elevate 2 feet above an area that was dry in 97, that always caused heartache. When they redid the maps, don't really want to go tripping down memory road too far, but East Grand Forks had to certify their levies, and they omitted Polk County from the conversations. I think Commissioner Strandell remembers that. And they at the end, they required us to sign off on them, and we weren't real happy with what they were doing. That was, I think, my first peek behind the curtain and how they do that. You would think of a floodplain, which is the area you can build in. A floodway is an area you can't build in, would be just based on the topography of the land and where the water is expected to rise to. what I didn't understand is you can shrink or widen the floodplain or the floodway to impact the floodplain. It was kind of contrary to how you do things. But basically, if you put more obstruction in the channel, which is the floodway, you can expect the water's going to go around it, which is going to widen the floodplain.
Sure.
That's probably the easiest way of explaining it. But so I do know when they were going through and doing all those draft maps, many of the maps that we use today, they call them flood insurance studies. We actually went through and played with those, and they try and draw where they could, manipulating that floodway, floodplain to get as many of the homes out as possible. They usually meant the outbuildings were in. You couldn't get it all out without impacting someone else. But they do that, and then for certain ones, they narrow the floodway so that the homes at least could be built and maintained under the floodplain rather than non-conforming structures that basically can't be repaired. So we did a lot of that early on, but you're never going to get rid of all the heartburn over it.
Not to prolong this, but this came up this morning, interest for the highway department to have a essentially a ditch maintenance staff person. And just my thought at the time was, I wonder if there's any use of the buffer funds that that could apply to, or if such a position was created with Rich. Just something to think about down the road.
Having ditch cleaning under the buffers?
No,
Inspector,
using
Oh, the
buffer
inspector.
like
funds,
what Jody used to do.
Okay.
melding the two together somehow.
Make
a note of it.
Yeah.
Is there any chance of Jody returning to some of that duty?
Well, he's doing emergency management. He's busy
Yeah.
there. And, you know, we had him 50-50 at one point, but really the emergency management is sufficient. I think that worked out pretty well. He's doing a good job there. Even as Commissioner Holy said, Rich can handle it, but maybe not to the degree of attention that it was before. And as he also mentioned, the Marshall County engineer is also their ditch person, so I don't think it's an unusual thing. I suspect we may want to see how the redetermination process goes and deal with it after that. Because whether that ends up being as much of a physical maintenance, eyes-on type of thing, or managing the accounting, or both, I don't know. You know, that's somewhat fundamental in terms of how things go from a management standpoint.
Moving on?
Yep.
I took us on a detour too. So. Okay, yeah, it's always planning. There's not a whole lot in there that I would look at being different. We did change up a little bit the revenues that would come in on the solid waste assessment due to changes made previously. So that should be a little bit more realistic. Refunds and reimbursements, that's dropped quite a bit. Again, that's a lot of interdepartmental transfers were done, both in Fund 48, which solid waste planning would be the receiver of funds, and then would distribute out to the SCORE, the recycling program, the transfer station, household hazardous waste. It would also be the mechanism for sending out money to Fund 64, 65 for services delivered to. So those start dropping when we don't have the interdepartmental transfers. I think that's Stacy and our Departments are trying to work some of that out because some of them do have to happen still, especially outside the fund. But a lot of the inside internal fund, they're trying to split those and direct appropriate from there. So that affects both the revenues and the expenditures in all of the departments. So you see a lot of those that would have been transfers are no longer there or are greatly reduced. Let's try and drop down here. More transfers, some of them entirely eliminated. Personnel things, same way. Trying to shore up some of the utility costs, trying to tighten those things down. Lease agreement, that was a different agreement we had for some of the things that we were getting. Those were interdepartmental again, so that's why that one would have changed. Insurance went up a little bit. That should be based on actual. And then the tip fees and expenses we reduced down, and then they show up as reduced in the Fund 64 and 65 departments. Those are based, for the most part, payments made to the landfill and incinerator. And they're going off of actuals. We'll have to see if some of the expenses related to tip fees go up next year. I don't think this has been brought up here. We had one hauler in the city of Crookston, private hauler, went out of business this year. Waste management had been working with the city on an RFP, and they took over as a service provider, collecting for residential. They're also kind of stepping into the void left by the other hauler. We also have a couple other haulers from rural areas that have formed in the last year, and they've come into the marketplace too, but they're starting from scratch. And then recently there was a merger between Countrywide Sanitation Grand Forks and Waste Management, where Waste Management acquired Countrywide. So Waste Management has basically the entirety of the western third of the county, with the exception of some of those new haulers. The city of Crookston also has their contract out. And so we had a meeting with Waste Management, the city of Crookston, 2 weeks ago. It sounds like. So they want to get on the same page as far as hauling stuff in, what the expectations are. There were some issues with the contract that was put out there where there weren't assurances that material was going to continue coming into our facilities that we asked to see addressed. And the city of Crookston is pretty responsive to doing that. Waste Management had indicated them they were willing to do that, but to date we have not received that. They also have the city of Fisher, and that material has periodically not shown up at our facility. And then it does. It tends to go with the driver when they get new personnel in there. So we talked about that a bit, and then some of the rural stuff. They also have the roll-off service. We weren't getting a lot of that stuff. So I think they're trying to align, assuming the MOU with the city of Crookston lines up. I think they're going to try and send more of their stuff from they're collecting in rural Polk County into our system, where sometimes it comes in, sometimes it doesn't. So we may see those numbers go up, both on the recyclables, on the garbage, and now with the organics and yard waste stuff. So that may end up pushing those numbers I just dropped down, might push those back up again a little bit, but it won't be consequential where it's going to be a budget issue. But you may see for 27's budget actually going back up after we dropped it. So just trying to go through here a little bit more. We dropped some of the furniture stuff. We purchased a lot of the stuff that we need. In talking with Jake earlier, he brought up the cleanup projects. We're leaving that dollar figure the same right now that we have in there, but you're aware of some of the larger projects that are out there. Tax forfeitures that haven't been done, this obviously wouldn't be able to cover that. And then mention the Hennepin County litigation related to the sale of tax forfeitures. And there's been some discussion, it sounds like he's had some discussion with the county attorney about what that would be if you wanted to sell some of these tax forfeitures rather than do the cleanup and put it on them. So I think they're trying to look at options that are available. I do know, having dealt with them for a long time, we used to try and sell them so we didn't have to incur the cost to clean up and everything else. And then we started finding these things would get sold. The property would be $6,000 to clean up and tear down. We could sell for $500. We ended up getting it back, and the cost to clean it up after it forfeited again would be around that $10,000 to $12,000 mark. And that's why we quit selling properties that forfeit without doing the cleanup, because they tend to come back to us even worse than they went out the first time. So I think if that becomes a board thing, that would be something to consider, whether you want to
clean them first.
Well, we went that route for a reason, and now we seem to be swinging back to doing the same thing we thought was a mistake before.
I thought part of the new law, the requirement was that you had, like, within the first 30 days or something, you had to just list it the way it was. No cleanup, no nothing, and try and sell it. And then if it didn't sell, then you could go in and do cleanup or whatever you needed to do to sell it.
But if you're selling something for $500, let's say, and you can hang on to it, never pay a penny in tax, just start the forfeiture process. You have a dumping ground for 5 years,
right?
And $500 is very cheap dumping, and it is dumped on us basically when it comes back again.
Right.
So, if you were going to go that route, and I'm not saying you can't or shouldn't, but there needs to be some sort of safeguard in there to make sure that doesn't happen. They actually do something to it and it doesn't get worse. Because again, there's lots of opportunity to abuse the system if there are safeguards. And usually the neighbors aren't too happy with the forfeiting structure anyway.
Right.
So to watch it sit there and repeat the cycle for 5 years would be another 3 to 5 years of complaints for all of you and us. So just something to think about. But sometimes the safeguards scare off things too. So. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else in here that. No. I'm fine with this one if there aren't any questions on it. So SCORE would be the recycle program. Yep. Stands for Select Committee on Environment and Recycling from 1989. That's why it doesn't make sense you call it that.
Recycling.
Yeah.
Just call it recycling.
So, under the revenues, the 5503, the fees, and the tipping, those are revenue sources. They tend to be like the scrap metal we get out in the yard. Automotive batteries, you can sell that sort of material. Just raise the fees because the revenues have been going up on it. Overall, there isn't a whole lot. You see the interdepartmental transfers has disappeared. Gross pay, all of the pay related stuff, again, those are going to be, instead of expenses, those will be showing up under the revenues as direct appropriations. Insurance was added in. I think that's the county instead of central services, how you refer to it as. Paying it, it's been broken out per department because it shows up in all of them now.
Work comp or the actual insurance?
Well, that's showing up as insurance, but I don't have a work comp line in here. So either way, it doesn't show up as budgeted before. So
yeah, and that's inconsistent. Yes, so you are correct. Adjusted.
Passed the test.
Everybody is paying their share.
Yep. Holly, yeah, for the county's bottom line is still the same,
Same,
except for
yep.
this is out of dedicated funds off the assessment. So this actually does provide relief off the general fund when you're doing that. But, hauling charges, we dropped that down to what we've been seeing. Some of the changes in hauling, we're sending stuff out through the Duquesne contract, which is much cheaper than on the roll-off contract. I can touch on that when I finish this up here.
So if that contract's good through the end of this year?
Yes, that's what I was going to follow up on.
Okay.
Just going through, there's just some fluctuations and things, and mostly it's just truing up based on prior. We dropped some of the capital things that we were looking at doing. We did some of the concrete work, which is split amongst the different budgets. And that's an ongoing thing, so that's why some of that is still in there. The 6836 for recycling, again, those were transfers being made to Foston for the operations over there, that now that's split and goes directly out there. So it doesn't show up as a revenue in general fund, an appropriation to SCORE, and then an appropriation to Foston for reimbursing for things. So it just goes directly out there. That's really the big one. On the hauling side, and this will show up under the transfer station as well. So we have the joint hauling contract with Beltrami and Hubbard County that Beltrami administers. That was just bid and they received the results in. I don't think they've selected the bidder. They had three different entities respond. Two actually sent in bids. It sounds like the third one sent in an email, which isn't going to be allowed. So they have one, I think, that showed up as a pretty solid bid. There's a decent increase. If you remember back to the board meeting earlier this morning, I talked about the market price and it didn't change by more than a penny on the contract. Now it's changing by about, I think it's under 50 cents. So it's a sizable jump from 2 cents or 3 cents a year. But again, they do it for 3 years, so they're trying to give a relatively flat number. We do very well on that contract. The provider, assuming that bid is the current provider, they did a very good job under it. So that would be a positive development. The increase is reasonable. If we were to do this on our own, the cost would be probably 40 to 50% higher. So I think it's well worth it. I also appreciate not having to do it. Beltrami's doing it. We did on our roll-offs, because if you remember back when we bid last time, we had no bidders. Then we had to go back and ask the service provider we had to adjust it, and we saw some really healthy increases, 30, 40, 50% or more. So we talked about, should we be doing this ourselves? Not the preferred way of doing it, but reliable and you control the cost better. Hubbard and Beltrami County are both doing that currently. Have been for 5 years, maybe 7 years now. So you could get some pretty decent costs that way. But we had Stantec give us a proposal to do a hauling study for us on what those costs would be, the infrastructure costs, the operational costs to do it. And then I asked them to give us different scenarios and how we could kind of wade into it. Instead of trying to do the entire thing at once, what could we do to break it up and make it more affordable in a transition? That was supposed to be submitted to us a while ago. I've asked for updates on it. I just got an update an hour ago. I haven't had a chance to look at it. I was getting the stuff ready, but so we'll see what that comes back as. But that would give us an idea. Do we go back and negotiate with our current service provider for another year? See what that looks like. Should we bid it? We do have some changes in the hauling, as I was talking about before, with Waste Management taking over. They do roll-off service. Would that be something would benefit us to do that? Or would one of these other new companies be interested in it? So I'm not quite sure which way to lean, but I'll put a lot of emphasis on whatever that study comes back as which way we should look at doing it anyway.
But you're quite sure it's going to increase.
I don't. All of our costs increase. I don't know how theirs.
Will, right?
Fuel price, but your price for tires, all your consumables on their increases. I know they have the same issues with staffing and retaining drivers. So, yeah, I would imagine it will go up. And depending how we do it, how much does it go up? I don't know. I'd also be really leery if we got a really low one.
Oh, yes. That's where I was going with that. Yeah.
We've had it in the past. It's been a long time. It's actually when I started. They had bid a hauling contract. One hauler came in very low. They awarded to them, obviously right away. There's a bond on it. The contractor came in and said, misbid it, wanted to withdraw it, had to surrender his bid bond, pretty upset. I had that happen on the trailer now that Beltrami County is doing. When Polk County was just doing it, we had a party out in the eastern end of the county, bid it cheap and lost their bid bond on it. Because they couldn't perform, made some mistakes when they were doing their bid and didn't catch it before they submitted it. So it's not a pleasant situation. Certainly not what we look to do, but it happens. Any questions on recycling? I should probably point out. So the waste packaging law, that EPR law that was passed summer of 2024 and signed into law, requires that the producers of packaging materials pay for a percentage of the cost to manage their product at the end of life. So that is the cost of collecting it at your curb, getting it to a recycling facility, having that recycling facility process it, and ship it off to be reused. So the dates on that, the percentages are by 2029, they have to pay 50% of the cost of everything related to that. That includes our education for recycling, promotional, staffing, whatever it would be. 2030, it would be 75%. And then 2031 is fully in effect at least 90% is how the law is written, and every year after. SCORE would be one of those budgets that would be eligible for that. So the budget we just talked about, by 2031, if the law is carried out as written, 90% of that cost related to packaging. You have a few other things in there, like appliances or packaging, but overall, just broadly, about 90% of that budget would be covered by this third-party organization. And then, of course, passed into your water bottle and your cup and your soda pop bottles. So at the end of the day, someone pays for it. But it wouldn't be us going to the taxpayer to do it. So
back to the consumer.
It would be the consumer, I guess. If you looked at it, it's fair enough. If you're drinking a case of something a week and you're drinking, well, you're going to pay more for managing your material.
Absolutely.
Than the other way. But the more hands are involved, the more administrative costs are involved as well. So, but that's just something to keep in mind as you watch these things go up. And Stacy and I briefly talked about it yesterday. I've talked about with the advisory board is I think we need to be paying attention to our budgets coming up so that you don't see as this law starts having a fiscal thing to it. All of a sudden, everyone's budgets take off and the red flags go off. That, well, yeah, now you increased your budget quite a bit because you knew someone was on the hook for a percentage of it. So I think we'll be looking at where our costs go and whether they should be in solid waste planning or should they be in the recycle budget, and get those things squared away sooner rather than later. So you have a track record that's shows that's that cost. So household hazardous waste. This is one of my best budgets because nothing ever changes in it. The wages. that's pretty much it. So real high level on the household hazardous waste program and just in general is Polk is one of 10 counties in northwest Minnesota uses the facility out of Bagley. It's in Bagley, so they follow Clearwater County's policies and payroll and everything. So Randy runs the program out there. He does a wonderful job running the program. So much I haven't had to attend meeting out there in years.
I know.
So make that sound like it's a bad thing. So they do an assessment. And so we pay an assessment that's been flat for years to cover their overhead administration. They get money coming in from Paint Care and Minnesota Department of Ag on the waste pesticide stuff. That tends to be variable and goes with what's collected. And then we pay our disposal bills. Randy will break up our bills from what they collect from us. And we just reimburse him, and that tends to be pretty steady because the program has been going since the 90s. We have satellite sites in Crookston and Foston where people can drop off their chemicals, and we have product exchange out there, which gets used so much that the shelves are usually pretty bare, where people can come in and they can grab a can of paint that someone else got rid of that's been checked that it's not all solidified or separated. Because really the only reason it's treated differently is it came in differently because of the chemicals in it. If it comes in differently, it's managed. It can't go back into household garbage again. But if it's reusable, it can go right back out the door for its intended purpose. So we see a lot of automotive chemicals come in that way, a lot of paint, stains, varnishes, things like that. And then we avoid the disposal cost on those. Mm-hmm. And the Paint Care system then reimburses it when you document that stuff went out the door. Yep. Because they didn't have to pay for its disposal, which would have been more costly. So everyone pretty much likes the program. Do a few mobile collections a year. The City of East Grand Forks, because they're not part of our system, pays for their share of it when they have collections out there. But it's kind of that steady Eddie. It just doesn't really change much other than when we have personnel related costs. You might bump something up $1,000 or $1,500 or drop it for buying a cart for moving the product around, or a couple of bins for collecting stuff when they get beat up. But
yeah, because they're probably the next like equipment that would be purchased would be the paint.
You're talking in Bagley, mm-hmm. the bulker, the can crusher. Mm-hmm. And if they have to buy a truck or something, usually it's budgeted ahead of time, and that's probably when we'll see another change to our assessment.
But we've got money set aside already for that stuff too. So I mean, like our biggest cost, other than the wages, is the viola.
The disposal company. Mm-hmm. And those are all borne by the counties that sent waste in there. So. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if there's
John, I don't want to be rude. You got some big budgets coming up, and I want to be.
Yep. Okay.
Told Rick to come in early.
Oh, okay. How much time do I got?
Well, I told him 2:30, but now I think
20 minutes, 10 minutes.
3:45, 3:45.
I didn't know that. Sorry.
That's right.
Okay. Transfer station would be the next one. Again, this is the wages. We do have a few things in there that will be coming up, we're doing more of the concrete work again. I dropped for the hauling charges. So under the 6,600 capital outlay, we have concrete. We did some concrete work this year. We actually have another pour starting tomorrow at the transfer station. We have to break that into pieces so the public can use this. We have to make sure the one area we take out is poured, cured, while we still can move around it. When that's done, then they can come back to the part they left off. So we'll continue with that. The 6,607 is the equipment, machinery, is a capital. And what I'm looking at there is roll-off containers. Just to capture more stuff. We really haven't bought a whole lot of containers until just recently. With the expected landfill permit coming through and the ability to use compost and expanding the organics collection at Foston, making changes at the compost pad, the stuff coming in from the other counties that we serve. I was looking at that as an opportunity to go and expand our yard waste collection. A lot of the towns have a burn site, which when we can't do anything with it other than use as cover on the landfill, didn't make a whole lot of sense to invest money in to go collect and bring into compost just to put in the landfill. Now, if you're actually going to turn that into a revenue and it's going to be, go back out the door, it makes sense to do that. Plus, that's the material you need to offset the organics. Yep. So that's part of what that was, is that inventory fleet is to the transfer station. So putting in a few of those, and I think once we get that in hand this winter, we'll talk about going to some of the communities that have burn sites and seeing if we can work an agreement where we put some out there, they load it, we haul it away. So the city of Crookston, that's how they started talking to us when they've gotten the waste management conversation. And it's like, you're about a year ahead of us. So they're looking to do something this fall with yard waste and having waste management put some containers out possibly. They're about a year ahead of us. But again, I don't know we were necessarily looking to do anything with Crookston anyway when we have a permanent site already out there.
Right.
So I'll have a big burn. I don't know if you'd consider it big, but for that burn site, and there's a lot of stuff there.
Several of the towns do. They get a whole lot in the spring. If you have a windstorm or something, you get quite a bit, and then again in the fall. And you compost year round, so you need to have that stuff come in. There's not a whole lot of leaves coming in January, February.
No, you have to figure out that recipe.
Okay. Aquatic invasive species program, or do you want to go to these? Which one do you have up next?
I have 524. But we
Okay.
can go to 64,
We can
65.
do this. So
Okay.
there's not a whole lot in there for this. So there used to be under the interdepartmental transfers, we used to carry money over from one year to the next to pay for the bigger projects, the decontamination system or whatever. So we're not carrying that forward. That's what we have to work out as one of those dedicated.
Is this the asset replacement or is
reserves.
This?
Yep. Similar to that. Yeah.
Yep.
In this budget, they were just carrying it forward. So it shows expense and they were carrying it forward to themselves.
Well, and then plus we got that emergency management account also that we're required to have.
Yeah.
Yep, so those will be on our fund balance. It's kind of off to the side after. But we'll work out how we're going to track it. But so these lines will go away. This 399.
Yeah. You got the wage thing this throughout all of the budgets. Getting back to the 6,800, you see a drop in fees there, and that was related to the Union Lake. The AIS program is putting money forward to leverage against state funds for doing cleanup, or not cleanup, treating the milfoil and
the surveys and
curly pondweed. So they have levying authority now. Is that what they have? So they'll raise their own funds. They don't need this, so there wouldn't be that dispersal.
The goal is for them to become self-sufficient.
So that's where you see the change there. That was that dollar figure.
That was 148.
Yep.
do you do 64 and 65 separate, or do you combine?
Well, we were talking about combining them, but we haven't.
We haven't. Okay, no,
So
I
it's
didn't
going
know
to
if you
create some
wanted to.
logistics that we'll have to figure out.
No, I
But-
didn't know if you wanted me to reformat it so you saw everything all in one shot.
No, we'll just go department by department. 390 is the incinerator. You know, I guess what's the easiest way of doing this? You know, just skimming down under some of the revenues and stuff. We tried to true that up. If you remember back to when we were just talking about the transfer station, we're dropping solid waste planning. We're dropping some of the fees because we were having budget higher than they were actually going. So we dropped those. So I have to drop those in the incinerator portion. That's what this is. The incinerator portion. You know, way down, you know, changes in pay are pretty self-explanatory. I trued up a lot of the utility expenses based on what we had been doing previously. Yep. So that's kind of what we were trying to accomplish there is getting those more in line.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
It isn't here yet.
It might be easier to, a lot of the numbers that dropped are just going back and trying to get those tighter to what the actuals have historically been. The one I'm a little more concerned with is the professional services. We'll now have to do a stack test on the dioxin furan next year that we wouldn't have had to. That was about $20,000 additional cost. You know, a lot of things we're spending right now are related to the grant. They don't show up in here as much as they do the material recovery facility. But you'll see a big spike in those, and then that'll drop off after this year when those projects are done. The other one that tends to keep trending up is our sodium bicarb, which is what we put into the units. And they did increase our feed rate as a result of the last test. Our person who handles it for the state is much more black and white in how she interprets the standard than our previous person. So not a big hit there, but we'll end up adding an extra 0.2 of a pound every hour of that to stay compliant with our permit.
Up until the time we pass without.
No, that'll be until we retest
That's what I
full
mean.
stack test.
Yeah.
So we'll have to do the dioxin furan in unit number 2 next year with our testing of our equipment, and then the year after that with the testing of our equipment, and then the year after that we do the full stack test. We can reset those limits on the sodium bicarb based on the newer interpretation. And if we are passing those, we'd have 3 demonstrated years, and we can knock off the dioxin furan test on unit number 2 going forward. And so you're back to that every 3-year schedule.
Great.
You got 391 up?
Yep.
Okay, 391 is material recovery facility. I'll just try and blow through these a little faster. We're adjusting based on the price of materials on the revenue side, adjusting a lot of those up. The market prices have been softening a bit, but the major ones are aluminum. That one's still been holding pretty strong. Doesn't mean it can't change, but it could. But we're also projecting as a result of these projects that we'll have more material coming in. We'll have the same tonnage coming in, but we'll capture more. That bag opener, they're in that bag opener down to Alexandria right now. And they have 2 people on the cleaning the aluminum because there's too much aluminum going through for one anymore. So when we talk about staff, I didn't put in to add staff. You're not going to do that until we know we have a problem. That would be a good problem to have if we have an extra $300,000 of aluminum rolling through and we have to hire someone for.
Sure.
$70,000-$80,000 with benefits to do that. So we'll wait and see if we have that issue. It would be a good issue to have. But I do know we should have more coming through as a result of that. Same thing with that screen. The screen arrived already on site. We'll see more of the small aluminum getting captured that was going out to the landfill as cover material, and the small plastics that we can sell as well. So a lot of the utilities I tried to square away. Hauling costs are kind of the same. All of the bond funding except the payments will drop off. So the bond related expenses for these two projects should be done this year. If it carries over next year, it would just be on the retainage side for Titus. The equipment that we order is already done. We will see it show up in the landfill. I'm going to write you can skip to the landfill fund 65. The compost pad, we're not going to be able to do this year as part of the grant. It's just too late in the year. I don't have an engineer that can approve it. It doesn't make sense. So that's why I was mentioning earlier in the board meetings, we'll have to go back and do a modification to the work plan and the contract with the state for that. And they're aware of it. But my intent was, for some of the other things we've looked at, was to rewrite that and then take away, do less of the pad, still do the aerated static system, and then transfer that money to cover some of the overages that we're experiencing here and have the state paying for part of it. And then down the road, we'll be on the hook for the pad. But compost is also covered under that EPR law. So in theory, if we do it, then, especially if we hold out till 2030, 2031, then they would be paying 90% of that cost. So just something to consider.
Just as soon not drag your feet.
Well, yeah, when there's grant money out there to do it, it makes sense to do it. If not, may as well, if you can put off, wait until this other thing occurs. So.
Is that pad made out of anything other than ground dirt?
Yes, we built that pad. It's made of, it's the same sub base they use for the roads. They're using ash from the combustor.
Oh, sure.
And we mix that in there. So it sets up really hard, except for when it's very wet for a long period of time, then it'll get softer. So it used to be we had trouble every spring and fall for long periods of time after heavy rain. And that's pretty much shrunk to just small windows of time. So, the landfill's kind of the same deal. We'll have more in engineering services. We have to do our permit for the landfill renewal, even though we didn't get our permit yet. We'll have to reapply next year. So we'll be doing some of that stuff. C&D landfill would be the next one. There's no real major changes there, although there may be based on the state law changing. So that would be something to keep in mind going forward. The ash landfill, basically we have $1 a ton going out there. It doesn't make revenue. All we would do is charge the incinerator, which means it's whether it's the left pocket, right pocket. So we just zero that out for the most part. We have $1 on there so we can track the tonnage. This is probably the next favorite budget. There's no reason to change it. Knowing I'm supposed to be done here real soon. As far as the incinerator, just some of the capital items that we budgeted for, so you're aware of it. We're looking at forklifts, putting a forklift with the recycle center. So we have about $45,000 in both budgets for that under capital. The air conditioning unit in Boston is pretty much shot. Every time it gets hot, they're out there trying to fix it. They're having a harder time getting it back up and running. I didn't ask. I'm assuming it's a 1987 model. So we have some quotes for that. Doing some heat things. We had some complaints to the union about the temperatures in the material recovery facility. The heaters that we have weren't as effective, so we're looking at doing some changes there. We need a new SO2 monitor for monitoring our emissions. It's starting to have a harder and harder time staying accurate. It starts to wander and you have to recalibrate it. At some point, it's going to go out on us, and we don't want that to be a reason we fail a test. So we'll do that. We have some other repairs to do. Condenser coil is on that list to do. Ash box. We have to do some work on the opticals, and that'll be in conjunction with this other project. It's just tuning. When we start putting more stuff in, it has to recognize new things now, what to accept and what to kick out. I've actually talked to Keurig Dr. Pepper about them paying for that, but I don't have an agreement. I've been waiting until we can prove we can capture their product, and then sounds like they're more interested in funding it. They want the PR.
Oh,
The
sure.
product is being done through our plant.
Yeah,
So
I don't remember who. I think it was at Waste Management that I had brought up about that, and apparently Keurig had approached them a few years ago, but I don't know, it was because of the size of the items that they
it's
weren't.
too small, so it
Yep.
falls through. But
Yep.
now with the screen we're buying,
Mhm,
they'll
it
scalp
can-
that right off the top and blow it back in.
Mhm. Yeah, so.
So then maybe Waste Management will retrofit their plant. So I think they just did a $40 million
Yeah, they did.
renovation down the Twin
Mhm.
Cities.
Yeah, because they don't own the building, they just own the equipment.
We're looking at putting cameras in both units. We've had some concerns there. That'd be about $120,000 was the quote we had. The MDV steam line, we know we're gonna have to do something with that eventually, so we're setting some money aside for that.
Some are, we don't want it to completely fail, right?
No, but it's gonna be costly, so
Right.
it wasn't something on the radar to do immediately, so we're trying to set about 250,000 aside. And then next year, hopefully the same for the next year's budget.
Sure.
Hopefully we can string it out, 2-3 years and then do it. Now, if we start, the steam consumption goes way up, we might have to bite the bullet and do it sooner.
That's what I'm getting at. Okay, thanks.
Right now, it's just a loss of our efficiency on the steam we're gonna generate
Okay.
anyway.
Okay.
If we have to start providing natural gas, now we're spending money to
Right.
be inefficient.
Mhm.
That's gonna make sense to do it. Or
Sure.
if we have a customer that wants it and we can't deliver because of the inefficient line,
Sure.
you got a different revenue stream would help pay for that. So,
Okay. Sounds good.
at the landfill, still have our leases on the BOMAG out there, and the shredder should be coming to an end here soon. We need to replace our 1980s vintage dozer out there that I'm now told they're having a horrible time finding parts for. Because it works in the ash, it's corroded. The ash is excessively corrosive, and so it's even when they can find the parts, they're having trouble getting them on and off.
Mhm.
So we're looking to lease that, being the last one's lasted about 30 years. It'd be a 5-year lease or a 3-year lease. They'll still be here probably 2 decades later. So that wouldn't be a problem. We're setting money aside for the next landfill sell. Looking at probably buying a used truck out there. The service truck is shot, but they don't feel they need a new one because it doesn't, other than go to Crookston every now and then for parts, it doesn't really go anywhere but around the site. So, and then the rest of it's bond payments. Our annual bond payments are in there. And again, I think we'll have to see how the law is written, but those bond payments, if we budget for just to pay them all off early once that law kicks in, I would think they're on the hook for, if it's in your budget, they should be on the hook in 2031 for 90% of paying off those bonds. So, just something to think about. That's, unless you have a budget, I'm not aware of.
No, I kind of lost. I'm like, you jumped around a little bit on that.
Oh, I jumped in because
Okay, we're good. Anybody have questions?
Do you think that there would ever be a chance that there would be a grant that the depackaging machine would qualify for?
It did, for the gypsum.
No, for the where you could don't
Open
have
the
to
bag?
take the plastic and stuff off the.
Yeah, that's the same unit we were looking at for gypsum.
Oh, okay.
We went down and spoke to the company. They're can't think of the name of the town, southwest Minnesota.
Mhm.
Not Austin.
What's that?
Austin?
Mm-mm.
No, it's little town.
Fairmont?
No,
No.
it's not that far.
Huh?
Too far south.
You keep guessing. Pretty soon you'll probably say it, and I won't recognize it. Small little town down there, and toured their plant, and then they did a demo. We brought a bunch of stuff down there, and they actually demoed it on our gypsum board. It's the exact same unit. It just sets up with a wet kit, so you can convert it back and forth. The difference is you have to clean it out really well.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you leave wet stuff in there, you process gypsum, you're gonna have basically cement
Yep.
Right.
Mhm.
forming it. But it's the same system. We actually had a grant from the PCA. We won that grant.
Oh,
But it was
wasn't
the
full,
one that
huh?
was right on the border. They didn't have full funding, and I couldn't make it work. So I think it was a what was it, $750,000 grant, and they awarded half.
Yeah.
And I couldn't find a way of making up the difference, even if I went to a smaller machine.
Mm-hmm.
I thought maybe I could make it work. We took a hard look at it. But the issue was that if the program was successful, then the machine itself would have been the bottleneck. And you'd have to replace the machine. So it made no sense to do it. You either need the big machine or not do it. And so we turned the money back, and the state funded one or maybe two other projects with the money we didn't use.
Okay.
But that was part of the two we did get. That was the third one that was awarded.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was that machine.
Yep. There's
'Cause that's
two.
pretty
Scott
impressive.
Equipment is the name of the vendor.
Hmm.
You can look it up. They have, if you look on YouTube, they have videos of it running on there. It's a G20 or something like that is what they called it. But Scott Equipment, if you look it up, it'll tell you the name of the town.
Mm-hmm.
Ecoverse sells another one called the Tiger, and they have that in St. Cloud, I believe. The Tri-County group in the St. Cloud area
Oh,
has it.
okay.
So those are the only two vendors. Like our shredder company, they say we can use the shredder to do that, but you get gypsum powder all over the place. But it wouldn't work for the wet product. It would just smash the wrappers through the screens to defeat the purpose. So that's all
Wyndham, Jackson, Worthington.
It's easier to look up Scott Equipment on the internet than to try and read all those little towns.
Oh, let's see here. Why internet's slow today?
Yep.
Back to you on this. And then-
Need a second one?
Sure.
All right. Thank you.
I'll give my wife one.
Yeah, one for each car.
Yes.
I'm trying to get there, but it's loading really slowly.
Just some coffee.
Yep.
I hope so.
Stay awake for another half an hour.
Oh my gosh.
You guys got 5
Yours,
Oh, that's not
New
bad.
Prague.
Rich, you're only gonna take 5 or 6 minutes, right?
Yes, well, you are. For mine is very short.
It's called the turbo separator.
Hmm. But yeah, because Shakopee has one, and that was, I mean,
Oh.
it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, but then you get that camera up there that kind of gets you just enough.
Still gets part of sale.
Just enough.
Like your neck out.
I just start throwing.
We're hanging above Jones.
I just start throwing pens.
There you go.
Hurry up, Rick.
Yeah, hurry up. See your own fate right over your head.
No respect at all.
It's nothing against you guys. Just been there all day.
You get to do it again in life.
Oh,
Smile on my face.
Dessert.
You wanna run the motion? Here you go. First a click and point.
Go ahead again.
I'm probably-
Anything that
Yeah, like I said, I have
tell me-
ladies
you
18.
tell me
Probably
this.
not gonna have a chance to eat.
He's not.
if there's something we don't cover, I'll let you know.
What's this increase over here?
Yeah.
Thank
Did you put that in here?
Yeah.
Well, Rich, can
See
you
you,
play
John.
center for the Vikings on Sunday?
Jeez.
Go back there. We've already covered this.
Oh, well, we need more than just a
We need
center.
a backup. See something.
I think we are they ready?
We'll just see how Wentz can do
Oh.
next.
No, hold on here. This is
Mhm.
my mistake.
Yeah, my cousin's kid that played football at NDSU roomed with Wentz. So they're good friends.
You know, I bet this is gonna be way easier next year.
This is going to be, yes, because we will have the open book version, which is going to be more like a presentation mode. So it'll be laid out.
I trust you.
It'll be more of a dialogue and a little more laid out. So we're not just looking at all these lines. Yeah, I did not make him a filter last night. I thought I did.
We don't need to filter him. He doesn't get out of hand.
There, that's what I'm looking for right
He
here.
uses filters in his work.
Yeah, sorry about that. I must have not have saved it. I was working at it. Okay, so do you want to go through revenues? Or are you good with revenues?
You know, I guess if you're good with them, you guys handle them more than I do.
Okay, so here's your general expenses. You can tell me where you'd like to start. Wages, services.
Well, why don't we just go to
Just-
just
you do
start
your
with general,
notes.
just the expenditure, yeah,
Mhm.
our expenditure budget. That's mostly what I deal with.
Yep.
And
You want by
you gonna pull it up then, like starting with, you gonna go line items or are you gonna
I'm
pick
just
up?
gonna keep
There
it
you go.
high. Yeah, we'll just kind of keep it high level, one group at a time.
Yep. Okay, so we're gonna get into like the
This is personnel.
expenditure.
Here's your buildings. Do you want it by program? Do you talk about each building separate?
You know, that sometimes that makes it easiest and you can keep it lined up. Let's start with the 00, just go with general.
Yep. Bear with me, folks. He's got a program code and he's got another layer in his budget than I do. This. There. Okay. 00.
Let's go to 00, start with 00.
Gotcha.
Okay, and just comments to make on the generalization through the budget items that I was working with. If we go to the general 006610 line item.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
006610.
Yep.
Okay. Now,
It's right there.
yeah, it's
Yeah. Office furniture.
yeah. So of course, budget for 25 currently we're I'm pretty much quite a bit over because we hadn't budgeted for that.
There's
And
nothing in there.
that was, you know, all the administration expenses and whatnot for.
Hold on. There. You're looking at that number. This here, right here.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Yep,
he's got a number here and no budget. Gotcha.
Yeah, there was no budget for that. And so I guess we'll figure that out as we go, but it's not showing up there. And let's see, there's the education. If you move down to the 6342.
Okay.
6342, yes.
Right here, 30,000.
Yes. For this year, 25, we were.
You're over.
Yeah, we're over by quite a bit. We had a Medicis upgrade that wasn't anticipated. So that's why we fall in for change of numbers there. Okay, next thing would be if we go to the 187, which is our government center. Yeah, to the 94126402.
Supplies.
Okay, our custodial supplies across the board have been substantially more this year. And we've done a lot more work, as you can see, with waxing floors and those types of things. Just got to be a little more expensive than anticipated. However, in our general fund, I've got the funds there to cover it, to split it between the buildings. So the monies are there, it's just that they didn't end up as line items for each building. Okay. Let's see. And of course, we had our flooring project, which should have been on the 1876565. We ended up with those extra costs for abatement and whatnot. These out here. Yes.
Yeah.
That was 56.
The 56,400. That was for the work on the building.
Mhm.
But I mean, as far as on the 6565,
In general.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we ended up with more expenditure there
Sure, sure.
with abatement and whatnot.
Mhm.
Let's see. We move down to. If we go down to the Human Service Center, which would be on the 188 6251.
Okay.
One up, I think.
Yeah, our electricity is
62 was up above.
Oh, sorry.
yeah 188 6251.
That one water. Electricity.
81.
Gotcha. Here.
Yeah, our electrical is substantially higher this year, and haven't been able to really pinpoint it. I mean, air conditioning and whatnot is a big thing for the electrical over there, and of course, Excel is charging a little more than we anticipated, and it sounds like there might be charging even quite a bit more on the next go around. So that may be something we'll have to look at for our electrical for the 26 budget. As Josh was telling me this morning, what you on Excel for Excel, you said.
Did they give you a percentage rate increase?
I haven't seen anything.
They're just talking about one in the news right now. They're gonna propose it.
It's happening with all the local ones too.
Yeah, everything's
At home was
Everything is.
right. Yeah, I opened up my last month this last electrical bill, and substantially higher. What are you going to do? You can only shut off so many lights.
shut the main breaker off. Keep my wife quiet.
Yeah.
You do not want to turn the air off either.
Yeah, I was gonna say
You don't want to
when she's at the lake, I can shut the air off.
Is that Human Service Center, East Grand Forks?
Yeah. Yes, should be. Yeah.
Okay, so how does Excel get involved with that?
That's Excel. Yeah.
That's East Grand Forks Power. Wouldn't be Excel. East Grand Forks Water and Light.
East Grand Forks Water and Light. You're right. Yes, you're right.
But that's another local.
Mm-hmm.
You probably get it from Excel.
They probably do.
Well, no, seriously, they would generate it. Unless they have.
Yeah, they're buying it from somebody.
Yeah.
All right. There again, under the 188 6402 custodial supplies were high again over there. Just a few general things that we're just seeing increases.
Increases across the board.
Yeah.
Power places out there.
Okay. If we go to 190, which is the law enforcement center, go to 6252. Mm-hmm. Our water bill has been expenses have been climbing over there.
6252.
6252. Let's see, 6252.
My hearing. Sorry.
Yeah.
You're sitting right next to me and I still can't get it right. 6252.
Mhm.
Wow.
And, you know, is because, well, you know, we went for some time where the place was empty. Of course, there was no usage. And after filling up, and it kind of goes with, you know, the amount of people we have in the building.
But for 2110 actual, in the 25 actual is to what date?
This would be as
June?
of June, May. Well, bills paid probably through May.
Hmm. Wow. Okay.
And of course, with the water, you know, you get the sewage, you get all the other things attached to the bill. I call it the water bill, but there's, you know, many services and sewage and whatnot that's attached to that. Let's see. LEC on the 1006342, which is 190 again.
Maintenance. Increase that.
Right. And so our maintenance agreements, of course, are increasing a little bit there again, too. Will have to be reflected. Okay. Also in that same building, 190 custodial supplies have risen. And pretty much, I wouldn't even address custodial for the rest of it because they've did theirs going up substantially more than anticipated. If we look at 193 1202 6272.
6272.
Yes.
Professional services.
Right. Now, I was looking at that. Now, my assumption, and I'm only assuming at this point, that must be the fees that were paid for the legal services and whatnot. Came out of the bond.
That sounds right.
That sounds high.
Yeah.
I can try.
It could be, what they call them, the service fees on bond
Okay.
coming out of there,
That's 190.
Yeah.
along with a few things, because I can't think of anything. It's that
How much did we get from that? 700?
we got 900,000, and we had about 150 in legal.
In expenses, yeah. Yeah.
Now, that isn't going to show up necessarily here, but we should be using the proceeds of the settlement towards
Correct. For the bond.
we may have some flexibility on that, but that's where it should start anyway.
Mhm.
So there's probably something else in there with that. That 2 and 8.
That'd be the suspicion that number does not suggest anything in particular. To me, it's too big.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty good sized number, and it's nothing I inserted in there, so I can't. But
I'm wondering if
speak
it's
to it.
even some of the expenses that we agreed to do.
No, because I've got that on.
That's on a different.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's $300,000 right there.
We'll look at
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. Keep going, because when I run it, I'm not coming up with that number. So.
Okay. Well, and then there again,
But
I
we're
mean, I as I'm looking at this new system and whatnot, there's a few things that make me scratch my head a little bit. And
No, it's better to check.
so, all right. If we look at also note 1936565.
Yep.
Okay, our maintenance and operations and whatnot, we had some things that popped up, like with work on the generator, work on the our insulating pipes, and what was the other thing, Josh? Boiler, yeah, our boiler. So we had about $10,000 worth of boiler expenses that popped up after we had them. The boiler inspectors are here, and it was high time to do the work to get them percolating right. Okay. Let's see. If we roll into 198, 9252 6252. $198,925,2652. Okay, it's shown under water, but for that $4,400. Yeah, that is the grinder system that was put in for the jail. The city put it in, or water department put it in for the jail, and the jail reimburses us at the end of each year for the total amount, which is at this currently it's $400 a month, so we get a $4,800 check back from the jail, and we'll reimburse back into that account. Okay. Let's see. Now, if we look at that 198,000,6565. Okay, your number there of the actual.
The negative?
That should be.
Yeah.
That should be a positive.
Yeah. Looking at that, I'm sending a note.
Okay, see what we did, the work we did, we got a really nice rebate back from Otter.
Oh.
That was for lighting and whatnot, so I believe that rebate was around $35,000 or so for the lighting project. So
it's a negative because we probably put the receipt in there. And so it's giving, we'll fix it.
okay, well, I'm just bringing it up because it didn't make any sense to me.
No, it's good to bring it up. It should be probably we'll fix it.
Right, and then we have to look at that, the total with the 145 in that, also that negative number. There's something going on there. It makes no sense to me.
No.
The other thing that is evident that the assessments have all gone up too substantially.
Okay.
Budget, here's all the budgets, actuals, budget, actuals, budget, actuals.
All right, look at that as well. Okay.
Okay.
Yep, got it.
All right.
Yep.
Okay, and then I guess the only thing that well, Stacy and I were just discussing yesterday, as far as where we're at with our bond monies for the 1202 bond, and after our proposed projects that we're working on, we should still be setting good with probably $100,000 to $200,000 left in that bond. How much? After we, well, probably if our bids come in according to what we planned, we'd probably have about $200,000 left over. Our preliminary numbers are over a year old for that water heater project, so you know, throw a little more ching at it, and with other things that might pop up. So even if we had additional 75,000 on the project, and who knows it would be, but we still have a nice balance left after the project. That's about all I got, unless there's some questions.
I think the takeaway is finishing up the projects that we've got in the queue, which are very close to boiler project and all that. It may come up in the next few weeks that we might be able to squeeze something in this year rather than next year, but that's kind of, you never know that until you get
Closer.
In October or so. But and then I think we'll be looking at those bonds. If we can get those things closed up and going forward, I think we'll be in good shape. And then your personnel seems to be pretty stable right now.
Yeah, no, everything is looking pretty darn good. And if we get, like I say, like you said, if we get these working on trying to get these bond projects wrapped up, and this one we're working on right now, we're looking at hopefully getting everything in place, but the work probably won't start until January, February, which would be just fine. It's all interior work, and we do not have to shut anything down. We leave the equipment running, put the new stuff in place, and which should be good for contractors because we have nice inside work and a warm building, for the couple terrible months out of the year. Hopefully that'll be reflected in the bids.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, that, sometimes you can get lower
Yeah,
bids.
yeah. Keep their guys working.
Might be worth having the board or commissioners go over and just have a first-hand look on how many of you have been in that mechanical. I'm sure you have, but it's been a while.
We don't have any more roofs to do, right?
We're not touching roofs.
Not on my watch.
Josh.
Yeah. Roofs are good.
Actually, what we have done on the museum was going to be kind of our bad one, but I got Josh and the guys have been working it. We had called in a couple professionals to look at it, and they had their ideas and whatnot, and gleaned some ideas, and the guys have been doing their own patch and repair up there, and they're staying ahead of it. So I guess for the time being, if we can just keep our high and dry, we're in good shape.
The building you own.
We own.
Oh,
Our surprise building.
Yeah, that just.
And what we've done there, I've just thrown a $5,000 budget at it annually for the roof repairs and inspections and those types of things. So hopefully we'll always be in the black every year after that.
Fortunately, we're not too hard on that building.
No. And one good thing about there's no utilities on the roof, so we're not having people going up there, walking around doing work and whatnot. And that's really tough on roofs. When you got foot traffic and equipment and whatnot, you just got to go up there. We go up there now, do an inspection and do a minimal repair, and you stay off it for the rest of the year. So that's. Keep our fingers crossed that she'll go a long time yet.
I hate to disappoint everybody that we're done a little bit earlier than we had planned.
Shucks.
Well, one thing I'd like to do, basically for tomorrow while we're here and we're still live streaming, particularly for Tim, if we play with the lights a little bit to see if the glare, I know when we had the budget meetings with the department heads, we didn't have as much light in here. But I don't know how that appears on live stream. But for tomorrow, I don't know if it would help or hurt. I'm sitting here doing this and this to try to make sure I'm seeing numbers. Yeah, well, I just don't know if we need as much light, so can I just play around with this?
He's shaking his head, yes.
I think this is what
I'm gonna need 30 seconds.
Okay.
You can't fall asleep though.
Why not?
Me too. Keep looking at you guys.
Oh, I think I need to bring my spitball gun tomorrow,
John, you stop that.
huh? It's better than the cattle prod.
That's fine. It adjusts.
You've got one of those.
I mean, I used to threaten Don with that all the time.
Cattle prod?
Electric one.
Yeah. I had a fellow working for me one time. Got in the way of one of them.
They sting a bit.
Oh, boy.
Anything else for our meeting today?
Hopefully
Under the
not.
sun.
Okay, so then we are adjourned and we'll be back again tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock.
Yep.